Good morning, everyone. Welcome to you all and Happy New Year. So, good to see you all. We had about 30 cancellations in the last 24 hours, which is why there's some gaps where tables would have been. And those of you on the sort of the outlying edges of the of the solar system over there, you're very welcome as the day progresses to fill up any of the gaps on any of these tables in the center, or even move your tables a little bit further into the middle so you feel part of the group, because you do look a very long way away. Right over there. You're very small in the distance. So welcome to you all. A quick show of hands, who was with me when we were in this hotel for a couple of days in November? All right, let's do it the other way around. So raise your hand if you weren't when we were here in November. Okay, let me just see how many roughly we've got. Hi, Andy. Great. Okay, fine. So the majority were. So we also hello to all the people watching on the live stream as well. So mustn't forget those guys at home. So what we've got planned over the next couple of days is going to set you up for the rest of the year. And this is a really good time, I don't need to tell you that this is a really good time of year to do this type of business acquisition, because so many business owners come back from their holiday break and they realize during that holiday time that they don't really want to be doing this for another year, another 2 years, another 5 years. And they start accelerating those retirement plans, or they've just had enough of the business, or the state of the country, the lockdown potential, the restrictions, all of these things aren't helping their business, and they think, why do I do what I'm doing? I could be enjoying my retirement now rather than plodding along for the next couple of years. So the opportunity is huge. So if you're not doing any outbound marketing to get people who want to sell their business to contact you, I want you to be doing that this month, as soon as possible. So I think what's going to be happening over the next couple of days is you're going to be developing an action plan, because it is all about action. This isn't an academic subject where I guess it could be if you wanted it to be, where we can just talk about it but never do anything. The real value is in what you do and in what you implement. So I'm going to help you make some smart decisions with regards to implementation. We're going to be talking about strategy. Why are you here? And why are you interested in doing this? And why would you buy a business? Are you going to buy one? Are you going to buy several? Are you going to buy lots and lots and lots? So what is the strategy? We'll talk about deal sourcing and getting that deal flow working, because that's where the leverage is. I was texting with a friend this morning who has a very successful business in the clean energy wind farm sector. And he got into this about 10 years ago, where he was importing second-hand wind turbines from Eastern Europe, refurbishing them in his farm. He has a farm in Yorkshire. And then taking long leases on land and putting them up and connecting to the national grid, with permission, of course, and selling the electricity. And he's made this a fantastic business over the last 10 years. And he was texting this morning and saying, but I couldn't do what you do, Jonathan. I couldn't do this sort of this cut and thrust negotiation where you've got to be sort of on the ball, where you just got to go, and you've got this aggressive sort of go in there and get the deal. And I said, but it's not like that at all. It's all about just reaching an agreement with someone that everyone's happy with, and you don't have to be the sort of the cut and thrust negotiator that you might see in a movie. You just have to be a decent person who's helping them get what they want while you get what you want. So we'll talk about negotiating and sharpening that up. We might do some role plays around that as well. I'd like to do some role plays if we've got time. And then we can talk about structuring the deal. How are we going to raise the finance if we need to raise some finance? I'm happy to share with you what I'm doing in that regard. And then we can talk about putting the deal together and getting the deal over the line Because a lot of people get to this hurdle of they've agreed the deal, everyone seems to be happy, and then it all stops. I don't know if anyone's been in that situation where you get it to a certain point, and then it all just seems to grind to a halt, and it all gets stuck, and the solicitors get into a deadlock scenario, and nothing moves, and then everyone just gives up, walks away, and maybe you give up completely, and you say, oh, maybe buying businesses isn't for me. So I'm going to show you how to get over that hurdle and get to the finish line and get the deal over the line as quickly as possible. Speed, by the way, is the currency of 2022. People want everything done faster now. Frustrated sellers want people who can move fast. And if you don't move fast, you lose deals. And you will lose the deal. What was I doing? I was doing a webinar just for the general public. It must have been between Christmas and New Year. And someone said, he said, I'm interested in the early years, the nursery sector, like you are, Jonathan. He said, in fact, you beat me to a deal. And I thought, oh, right, okay, what was it? And he sent me a message with the name of the nursery. And I didn't even know this guy existed. I didn't know the owners had been talking to him. But apparently, we moved faster than he did. And that's why we got it. We didn't even know this other party was in the running. So it's all about speed. So we can talk about getting a deal done quickly. And I think sometimes we can overthink things. So I'm going to stop you from overthinking things as well. And then what happens once you've bought the business? Really important. You own the business now. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to buy another one and consolidate the two? And that's sometimes easier said than done. So I'll talk you through what works and what doesn't work. Or are you going to bring it into an existing business? And there's so many different things you can do. And then finally, we're going to talk about the exit possibilities. You know, do you sell to private equity? Do you sell to trade? Do you do a listing on a junior stock exchange in the UK on AIM, for example? Do you sell part of the business? Do you get a minority investor to sell part of the business too? So you what we call de-risk, take some money off the table. Do you sell to the management? You know, there's lots of different options. But what I would be encouraging you to do is to do the opposite of what most entrepreneurs do. Most entrepreneurially minded business owners hold on to businesses sometimes for decades. Now, we know, because we see it from the buyer's perspective, what happens when someone holds on to businesses for decades. You know, everyone thinks next year is going to be better, and typically they don't go up and up and up. At some point, they go plateau and then go down, and you don't want to be that person. You want to buy from that person, but you don't want to be that person who owns the business that decreases in value. So you need to be thinking of a timeline to exit, to turn that business that you built up by acquiring others and popping them all together into something that is a life-changing amount of money. Now, when I have done this exercise with people before, in fact, no, we'll do it later. We'll do it today in a few moments. So that exit's really important. And then you can bank some money, and then you can decide what you want to do next. And it's a lot easier to decide what to do next when you've got a few million quid sitting there in your deposit account, which is always a nice thing to have. So that's what we're going to be doing over the next 2 days. But it's not all just me. You will be very pleased to hear. If you've been on Zooms with me for the last 18 months, you've heard my voice a lot. So I'm going to be introducing you to a couple of people who are kind of like a year ahead of you. We got a bit messed up on the timelines with mastermind groups across the pandemic time, but today's guest is about 1 year ahead of you. So he was on this program a year earlier, and I've asked him to come along because I want him to tell you what he's been doing and how he approaches deal flow. And I think you're going to be really surprised. And I think you're going to be really surprised, and I think you're going to be really motivated, and I think you're going to be maybe kicking yourself that you may have missed some opportunities in the last year. Some of you might be, which is okay. because it's always good to know what other people are doing. And then my guest tomorrow is, I believe, 27 years old. And I want him to tell you about the businesses that he's bought, because I want you to realize that it's got nothing to do with age or where you live or your education. It's got nothing to do with any of these things. Anyone can do this if you've got focus. And this guy's got bundles of focus. And also tomorrow, I want to introduce you to one of my lawyers. And I say one of because you have typically different lawyers who have different areas of speciality. This is my commercial lawyer. And we're going to have a legal hour where you can ask him any questions you want about things that are sort of the legal side of buying a business. So I'm telling you this now because I want you to start thinking up what those questions might be. So when we open the floor to questions, it isn't just one person puts their hand up, which would be a little bit awkward, okay? So we need lots of questions for John tomorrow afternoon as well, or tomorrow morning, in fact, tomorrow morning. So that's our agenda for the next couple of days. How does that sound? No? Sounds kind of average, right? It's okay, right? Is that okay? All right, okay. No, you don't need to applaud the agenda, but I do appreciate the sentiment. So, so what I'd like you to do, please, on your tables, I want you to turn to someone that you do not know. So if you're sitting next to someone that you came along with today, then you might need to just shuffle around the table just for a couple of minutes. And I want you to tell them what you have been doing in the world of business buying, either since the last meeting, if you were at the last meeting, or if not since the last meeting, in the last 3 months. So what you've been doing in the last 3 months. So I'm going to give you, so you're going to do it both ways. So I'll give you like 2.5 minutes either way. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do that, starting now. Okay, your time is up. It sounds to me like you might have been doing quite a bit. So let's, okay guys, time is up, please. So I've placed a couple of mics on one table, one on that table, one on that table. I'd like you to grab the mic if you've got something that you'd like to share with everyone that you've been doing the last 3 months that is interesting, that has been positive, that has been working, that you put some effort into, that is starting to show some green shoots of your activities starting to pay off. Just tell us what's been happening, because remember, this is all about implementation. So who's going to grab the mic on that table? Everyone's staring at it like... And on this table, it doesn't have to be just one person, because we're going to move it around a little bit, and then we're going to move around the tables. Okay, so, good morning.
Morning. I'm Tim. So, sort of prior to the last meet-up, I sort of ground to a halt, and I sent some letters out, but I don't think I had full confidence in them. Whereas back in November, that sort of reset me. So since then, I've sent out sort of just over 1,000 letters. I've had quite a lot of conversations. I'm at the point now where people are starting to send me their accounts. So I'm sort of just gearing up towards sort of the second conversations. But I think the biggest thing with me is I've got a sense of momentum. So yeah. I'm nowhere near sort of heads of terms yet, but I can see it there, and I feel like I'm on the track to it.
It's just come down to my height. Momentum. Yeah, I think that is the that's the first word to write down. For those of you taking notes, and I would strongly suggest that you all take notes. Momentum is absolutely key. Yeah, great. And I suppose if you started doing that in November, everything kind of ground to a halt a little bit around the sort of 18th, 19th of December.
Yeah,
anyway.
But between Christmas and COVID, I've had a few people sort of say, we're going to send you this information. The accountant's got COVID, then he's got Christmas, and so yeah. I'm expecting lots of things to happen sort of next week.
Accountants don't like working over that period. Yeah.
I've got quite a lot of calls lined up for next week, so yeah,
great.
Like I say, I'm optimistic at the moment. So
brilliant. So your energy level, your optimism has gone up. Fantastic. And I would like that to be the feeling that everyone has as a result of this week, because it's about doing stuff, and the more stuff you do, the more stuff you realize you can do, and you realize how much fun it is. So how do those first phone conversations go with people?
Good, and as I've done them, I've become more sort of natural at them, I think. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking in the sort of construction industry, and it's quite a mixed bag of companies and people that I'm speaking to. So there's a lot of niches within construction. So
yes.
Each one has different things, but there's certain themes that sort of run throughout. So a lot of people say the same things. So as you go on, you sort of anticipate and join in the conversation.
So are you saying that despite the fact that they're different businesses, the conversation to a certain percent, maybe sort of more than 50%, feels kind of like, oh, I've done this before?
Yeah, it's just little things. So people talk about sort of working on the tools, and it's language I've heard before, but it's the one that almost whatever the business is, it's the person actually going and doing the physical work, and pretty much everyone has started on the tools, and then they're either still doing it or now they're more office-based. But just using little terms like that, it's helping to sort of get the connection, and because everybody uses it.
So you're saying that you're starting to use their language back at them, and that is helpful in building the rapport.
Yeah. So I've got sort of limited experience of being on the tools. I've sort of renovated a few houses myself, but I'm nowhere near professional level. But just being able to sort of say that sort of thing to them, it's helping to sort of build a connection.
Yeah, great. In the in the early years sector, I mean, I didn't know anything about nurseries at all. I had to learn all the correct terminology really quickly, and I just picked it up. I let the people wanting to sell their businesses kind of teach it without them realizing it, teach it to me, and I just sort of absorbed it. And then on the next conversation, half an hour later, I just used what they'd said in the first conversation to the second one, and I noticed very quickly that rapport would grow faster when they kind of feel like, one of us. Yeah, great tips, very good tips. Lovely, thank you very much. Let's go over to this table.
Yeah, so so my strategy was looking at building a group in the HVAC, so heating, ventilation, and aircon space. So I completed my first acquisition around about the time of the first conference. So I've been sort of operating, let's say, in the business there. It had management in place, so it's not a kind of day-to-day. So that's gone relatively smoothly, and I'm really excited about that.
So let's just go back one step. Was that your background?
No, nothing to do. I was in travel and hospitality, so completely unrelated.
Completely.
But I mean, I had a specific criteria with a number of things, but one of them around expertise. Clearly, I wanted some expertise. Probably my closest friend has a business in this space that he's able to dedicate 50% of his time to help me with this. So he's effectively like the MD of this business initially. So he's going to dedicate 50% of his time. I've given him some equity in the approach. So that's my expertise into the industry.
Yes.
And I think the combination of expertise plus I have more of a strategic and financial background, I think is combining quite well so far. So that's been good. I can see loads of opportunity to improve things in the business. It's a 5.5 million turnover business, so it's not small. But
may I ask you a few questions about it?
Yeah.
So first of all, how did you find it?
So it's through a friend of a friend, actually. So it wasn't through a broker, but it wasn't through me. Let's say direct approach. But it helped, obviously, having dealt with brokers as well, helped not being through a broker. He had an advisor that was his accountant, effectively, but the negotiations were quite reasonable, and the expectations were reasonable.
And how far are you willing to share with us the financials, as far as you are comfortable with?
No, fine. So the business is 5.5 million turnover. It's been growing every year, so it has a kind of a growth background. It took a dip in profitability. It was about 350,000 underlying, let's say, EBITDA, and we paid £1 million for the business. So it's just under 3x. Mm-hmm. But actually, if you looked at the 350 should jump back up because of supply issues, etc. So reasonably happy with that. We did pay 2/3 on completion.
Okay.
And we've got 1/3 effectively deferred over 3 years. And we financed it. We had a bit of equity, so I have some investors as well. So I put some money in, but not much.
Okay.
Some investors and then a lender for the balance. And
they were lending against what?
Cash flow. So there's no asset financing, no PGs.
And in that type of, do you just because of the pillars and everything? I think you're kind of maybe out of sight for some people. Do you mind just stepping up a little bit into the? In fact, take the seat. Take that seat there.
I'd have done my hair if I'd known.
So
I used John Andrews as well, by the way.
Oh, who's here tomorrow?
Who's here
Fantastic.
Tomorrow. Yeah, so very good.
And
very good.
Hopefully that went
very
well.
good. Yeah, very good.
Good. So. Okay, so the cash flow lender, who was the lender?
Boost and Co.
Oh, it was one of my contacts.
One of your contacts as well.
Fantastic. Yeah. So was it the office in Bristol or was it the London office?
The London office.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, they're good guys as well.
Yeah.
It's not cheap.
It's not cheap, but I think they were very flexible. I was dealing with a number of lenders, and the hoops you have to jump through anyway in lending. If you can do it without lending, do it, because it's a bull's ache. But the size of the business and what we have planned, I kind of wanted a lender that was going to partner. In reality, the good thing about this is they've already given me a term sheet for the next deal, so I have an amount, and they're supportive of the buy and build approach, the plan, the business plan, etc. So they're very, very flexible. They came in late to the process, caught up quickly with the others, and then I sort of dropped the others and went with them.
Fantastic. So what they will do, because they have a lot of capital, what they will do is that they will support a buy and build, as I'm sure they told you pretty early on.
Yep.
And the more you do, the more they will support you.
Yep.
So if you're, and I think, I might be a little bit out of date on the numbers, but I think they'll do up to 20 million in any one place. So is that, have they indicated?
Yeah, I mean, I've already sort of mapped out the amount of debt that external debt that we're requiring. So we're talking about between 4 and 5.
Okay.
And they're up for that.
Yeah.
And I've got the money, let's say, credit approved for the next deal, depending on the size of the deal.
And you've proven yourself, you see.
Yeah.
You've done that first acquisition.
Yeah. And I think it makes a big difference as well. So I've now sent out letters this week. In fact, 500. I'll do another 1,000 next week. But I think what's good is to be able to say we're building a group. We've already done the first one. And whenever you're talking to sellers now, that ability to say we've already done the first one, I think gives you a lot of credibility.
Yes, it does. And I think that generally getting that first deal over the line will feel like the hardest because there's this learning curve. However many times you sit in a room like this, there's always things that come up that you're not quite sure how to encounter, how to deal with. And getting that first one over the line takes you from being someone who talks about it to someone who's done it. And there are a lot of talkers, and what the phrase that you'll hear is when people say to you, oh, so it's at the idea stage. And you go, no, it's way beyond ideas. This is not just an idea, I'm going to be doing this. But that is, the terminology is, you are at the idea stage, you haven't actually executed. And as soon as you execute, well, you go right to the top of the pyramid, and you're treated in a different way, aren't you?
Yeah. I think the one thing I would say with dealing with a lender, or two things. One is if you can do it without. Yeah. Because it is a process. And the other thing is, I mean, my background is finance. I'm a qualified accountant. I'm sort of quite comfortable with numbers. So for me, it was easy to build the models and the cash flow and the balance sheet and all this kind of stuff, the ratios. But if you're not familiar with that, it would be good to seek some assistance, let's say, and get somebody that you know that can support you with that if you choose to work with a lender, because they will be very numbers focused, as you'd expect.
I'm not really a numbers person. People sometimes assume that I am, but I'm not. I mean, I can do the basics like any business owner who's learned over the years can do the basics. Well, you hope they can. But I've got someone who does that for me, and we've just been through a due diligence process with Grant Thornton. And if it was me and Grant Thornton, that wouldn't really have worked. But this guy, who's on payroll, in fact, actually he's only been with us 7 weeks, he handled absolutely everything with spreadsheets like you would not believe, 4-year forecasts like you would not believe, modeled out incredibly. And having someone like that who can do things like that when you are going for funding is essential.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
You can't just say, oh, I know it's going to be successful. You know, there's got to be a spreadsheet that says it's going to be successful, just to cover everyone's back later.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like monthly breakdowns, this business doesn't even produce management accounts, so it doesn't have a monthly number. So I had to start from scratch and building a 3-year monthly, forecast, not just P&L, balance sheet, cash flow, etc. So, which is fine, but for somebody who's not that way inclined, you need to sort of be tapping into someone. Again, it's just about having the right people around you.
And also, it's not necessarily the best use of your time either.
No.
Because why struggle with something that doesn't come naturally to you when you can pay someone else to do it, and you can do the bit that probably would come more naturally to you, which is going out, finding the deals, talking to people, building that rapport and creating those relationships and creating that deal flow. Because especially if you're doing a buy and build, the question will always be, what's your pipeline?
Yep.
What's your pipeline look like? And if you can say, well, actually, we're at heads of terms with all of these, and then they see, well, this person means business, and if we can fund all of these, we can put more money out there, and of course they only make their money when they give it to you. They don't make their money by their investors want them to
put it out there,
to put the money out,
deploy. Yeah.
Great. So, biggest lesson that you learned from that acquisition?
I think it's to be persistent. So. It's like momentum is key. There were several times. It took 4.5 months from agreeing heads of terms to completing, which for me, in hindsight, was too long, and I think there's lots of lessons in there to simplify the process. I mean, I did due diligence, and then the bank wanted to do due diligence at my cost. So there's all these things that you kind of just like, well, it's so inefficient. And by this company's got like one accountant and one part-time, it's not, so it really struggled to kind of provide that. So I think be persistent, because it's not easy, but if you're persistent, you'll get it over the line, I would say. So persistence is key.
And probably a little bit of an emotional roller coaster. Yeah,
I mean, the seller was quite emotional, threw his toys out the pram a couple of times. A few phone calls to kind of get him back on track. And, even the last minute, it got delayed a day, 24 hours, and the guy was literally calling me every 5 minutes saying, the money's not here, the money's not here, the money's not here. So it was an emotional last 24 hours. And
he'd already spent it, you see that?
Yeah. And then he was like, I'm going to pull out. And it's like, well, really? Where are you going to go now? So persistence and keep plugging away, and it will come.
Fantastic. I think that deserves a round of applause. Very good. Thank you, Sam. Tough act to follow now. But let's see. Anyone else on this table? What have you been doing? You want to grab the mic?
Well, my name's Tim, and we've got a security company.
Yes.
And we've been essentially trying to get the company to make it scalable, followable.
Can everyone hear okay?
And monitorable. Is that better?
Yeah, that's it. Great, thank you.
So we sort of applied some of the teachings of yourself to his own company and said, is it followable, is it monitorable, and the rest of it, and that's where we're at. So alongside that, we've been getting the letters ready, trying to get to the people that they need to get the letters, and that sort of thing. So we are a little bit behind, granted, but we felt like to drop another company on top of this one would have been far riskier.
Yeah, because this is your, what we might call your platform investment, your existing company.
Yes.
So you need to make that platform solid, that foundation solid, before you start, like you say, putting other layers on.
It would have compounded issues with thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And is your income recurring?
We are an installation-based company, but it is becoming more of a recurring revenue business.
Yes.
Through maintenance and revenue thereof.
Yeah. So just a little tip for everyone here, is that any business that has a recurring revenue element, whether it's contractual, some sort of subscription-based, a customer might stay for years, paying monthly, quarterly, annually, that will typically have a higher value on exit because of that predictability of the income. It's also easier to borrow against that company. So the first business that you buy could actually be the business that you borrow against to fund the second acquisition, potentially. And you might not even need to borrow against it. You might just need to go to the bank and say, could we have an overdraft to fund growth and expansion? Don't tell them I want the overdraft to go and buy another business, because that kind of frightens them, because that's not something that everyone does every day. But growth and expansion, very positive. Recovery, blah, 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 all those sorts of things. So you could get that £250,000 overdraft on the business that you bought, and then you could use that to fund the next deal. Now, all of this comes with the caveat of you're making financial decisions, so make them sensibly and with good advice, but that is what many people do. But great, really good. And I've got a friend who's about to do his first deal in that sector. And what he is doing is the owner had taken out a £300,000 Seabills loan. And what my friend Paul is doing is that he's buying the business for that £300,000. So he's taking over the loan. So so he's basically inheriting the £300,000 debt. So the seller is off the hook on that one, and that's a security business. So it's not costing him anything of his own money, which is always a bonus when you can do that. Great, good stuff. Thank you. Anyone else on this table? Anything to add? Anything to share? It doesn't have to be the deal of the century. It can be just something that you've done that you want to tell us about.
Hello. Well, just one thing I would say that I've just learned from the whole journey, the most important thing probably is the consistency of deal flow. You know, I've had the ups and downs of deal flow during last year from doing the online course for yourself and then coming to the event. And essentially, you get to a stage where you get 2 or 3 deals, you know, you're getting to a further stage on them, you turn off the tap on the deal flow, and then potentially those deals fall through, and you start the circle, you know, you start from the start again.
Yeah.
So my big goal essentially this year and what I was putting in place at the end of just before the break was to really ensure that I've got that consistent pipeline.
Yeah.
You know, continually doing the deal flow, because now I've had a bit of experience. The deals can come and go even right at the last minute, you know. So I think that's a major thing for people to take away, even though it's something so simple. But I think a lot of people probably don't actually do it. And I've sort of been harping on to some of the people that were in another group and just saying to them, that's one thing consistent on the deal flow is, I think, will get you to your journey
deal
quicker.
flow, it's a great advice, because deal flow covers up a multitude of sins. You could be the world's worst negotiator, but if you've got deal flow, you can buy businesses. You could come to buying a business without a penny to your name, but if you've got deal flow, one of those deals you'll be able to buy. So deal flow, volume of conversations with owners, in other words, is what makes you successful. So I have a competitor that is that has always been, for 10 years anyway, private equity backed, and they didn't buy one single business. They're in the same sector as me. They're a direct competitor in the pandemic during that, since March 2020. They didn't do one single deal because they took the approach of let's wait and see. But that was our opportunity to race ahead. We had greater deal flow because less people were buying. Now, the good news is that's still holding true for many people. Lots of buyers aren't buying right now. They're not thinking about buying. They're thinking about hunkering down. Let's see what Boris says. Let's see what happens. Is there going to be a new variant? What happens? Is there going to be a mandatory vaccination? All these things. They're going, look, I don't even think about those things. I really don't think about them. I can't influence what happens there, can I? I can't change whether there's going to be a lockdown. I can't change work from home. I can't change it, so I don't even think about it. I just carry on with what we're doing. I'm not being pulled in that direction here and that opinion over there. Don't care. I have no interest whatsoever. Head down, get on with it. Despite that, they did rather well. They just sold for 220 million, so they did all right. So they got nothing to grumble about, I suppose. Although, interestingly, when that first year was gone, they did, when they knew that they were going to sell, they did start buying. And they did another 40 deals. So they got going. Always when you've got that exit ahead, that's when you want to start stacking up the acquisitions, because you might just own a business for a week, but you get your exit multiple on that business even though you've only owned it for a week. You can actually sell businesses that you haven't even bought yet, because they are deals that are going to fall into place once you own the company. Once the seller, the person that you are selling to owns the company, they'll know there's another 3 or 4 deals lined up. So you can actually receive a payment for those, even though you haven't done anything apart from go meet the person, get heads of terms signed. But we'll talk about that more maybe tomorrow when we talk about exiting. But that's great. Deal flow is what it's all about. And I'm very happy for people to repeat the same thing again and again and again. Deal flow, deal flow, deal flow. Because if there's one thing that you do from today is deal flow, you can't go wrong, really. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Anyone on this table? Anyone else on this table? Okay. Anyone else on this table? Or shall we move to the next table? So you can pass your mic to another table, please. Who'd like to go next? Good morning to you guys over there. Who'd like to contribute something from this table? You've just been volunteered. I saw you being I saw you being volunteered there.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anne. What I want to focus on for myself is focus. So my first grandchild was born. Yay! I've been helping my stepdaughter setting up her own business, a trading academy. So she does gold, forex, all of these exciting things, which is all great and wonderful for everybody else. But I need to focus on this and buy a business by the end of the month. So I need to focus on this.
Okay, so if you need to buy a business before the end of the month, where are you in the stage?
Nowhere.
Oh, nowhere. Okay,
fine. I need to make a commitment.
I
need to make a commitment, and I need to focus.
Yeah.
Because I'm always helping this.
Realistically, I think you need to stretch that goal a little bit. I think the end of the month is setting yourself up to fail on that. To be fair. Do you know what I mean? I'm not being negative when I say that, but
I understand.
We've got to be realistic about timescales, because it's not all down to you, is it? It's down to other people, and they might not be moving with the same level of urgency that you have.
I do perform well on the deadlines. From
but do they? It's not just about you. It's about the other people.
To motivate myself to do something.
Yeah. Yes, you do, but it's not just your one part of the deal, aren't you? There's the other people, and then there's their solicitors who usually are the what slows everything down. So when you said focus, you might have struck a chord with other people in the room who have busy lives, but we all do. You are not. No one is unique when they say they have a busy life. We all have busy lives, personal, professionally. But it's about prioritizing the subject that we're talking about for 2 days, to realize why it's important and why you need to devote some time to it. And sometimes people tell me they put some time into something, and it's like half an hour here or there. And I'm not sure if that's really enough. So when I ask that person what their goal is, I want to make millions of pounds. Well, that's great, don't we all? But who do you know who makes millions of pounds putting half an hour here and 45 minutes there and a little bit of time over here and a couple of emails? I mean, that's kind of like dabbling. I don't think you could be successful at anything if you just kind of dabble around the edges. It needs that concentration and that focus. And this morning, before lunch, we're going to be talking about that strategy. So we're going to return to that later on. So thanks for bringing that into focus. Anyone else on this table? No, we've got the chief volunteer volunteering everyone here. Would you like to go?
Yeah, I'll add something. I guess it's a big success from my side. It's a small success probably in the process where things are at. But I had an owner contact me, sent me an email, so he sort of was kind of testing me. It's like, where are your funds? What's going on? How does this... And in the past, I've kind of defensively responded. But my win was to kind of go back and say, hey, understand the questions. This makes perfect sense. We've got to understand that, this is going to work for both of us, and we've got to make sure that we're both, on the level. I didn't use that language, but it was like, I get that. Here's how I see this working. Let's get on a short call, 15 minutes, make sure that we both know what's going on, and then we can get the next steps from there. He came back, real quick conversation, and then accounts came real quick. And so what I'm celebrating is not being defensive, me pushing back with some feigned, maybe, credibility. But hey, I know what we're doing. I know the process. Yes. This is going to work. And that opened up his confidence in me and allowed us to move quicker. Good. So,
thank you. What's your first name?
Steve.
Stephen, of course. I think you make a really good point. I think it's very easy to become indignant when someone asks us who we are. Like, who do they think they are asking? But they don't know, which is why you've got to tell them. Which is why you've got to be prepared to put your best foot forward and do your sort of mini presentation on yourself. That might only be 45 seconds, but it puts you in the best possible light. And then, of course, you turn it back to them and say, let's get on to the exciting stuff, which is you telling me all about your business. And you will find, those of you who've done deals already, that introduction gets shorter and shorter because the only thing they need to know, the reason they're asking you who you are is that they want to know if you are a time waster. That's why brokers want to see proof of funds, because they have figured out, I don't think they're completely correct about this, but in their minds they've figured out how to determine whether someone is a time waster by checking their bank balance. Now, I think it's a ridiculous thing to do to sort of send over proof of your bank balance. I think that's just, that's like playing poker for the first time and saying to the other players around the table, so how do I play this? Do I show you my cards? And they, oh, yes, you do. Oh, right, okay, I'll show you what I've got. I mean, you show a broker how much money you've got, and don't worry, they will spend it. They will spend it for you. Their client will be in receipt of that in a few weeks. So, I think that you need to be able to put your best foot forward in a way that shuts down that conversation and shows that you are not a time waster. And if you feel as though you haven't got much to put into that 45-second pitch, then you've got to make up for it with your attitude. That confident, professional, smile in your voice, I know what I'm talking about. You probably don't get as many phone calls from telesales people as you used to. It depends whose mailing list you're on. But you know how when you answer the phone and it is someone who's being paid to sell you something, and nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's called having a business. Things get sold, and one way of selling things is over the telephone. But you know how when they start and they're a little bit hesitant, and within a second or two, you know that you're about to be pitched, and you've already made up your mind you don't want it. You don't even know what it is, but you don't want it. Okay? You want to be the exact opposite of that, someone who's interesting and engaging, who deserves to be there, isn't sort of begging for attention, and sort of so pleased that they're speaking to you. You are in control of the conversation. And any of you, who's actually employed salespeople at some point? Okay, yeah, great. So those of you who've employed salespeople, the secret is always confidence, self-belief, and being able to control the conversation. Not in a, I keep cutting you off, but in a, I'm going to lead the conversation. Lead is a better word than control. Lead the conversation. And that's what you need to be doing. We can work on that over the next couple of days. So that's a great piece of input. Thank you very much, and well done on getting over that hurdle. Where's up? Yeah, grab the mic. The reason we're using the mic, partly it's because so everyone else, the other side of the room, can hear, but also the people on the live stream can't hear anything unless the mic is being used.
So whenever I get a question, sort of seeing whether I'm sort of legitimate or not, I reference you. I've never mentioned your name because I don't want them looking out and seeing buy business for £1. But I say, I've got a business mentor. He's so I'll be using sort of his accountant, his solicitor.
Okay.
I've got access to the knowledge and team, and he's got lots of experience.
Yeah.
And that anyone that's asked any sort of questions about sort of who am I to be buying a business has been satisfied with that answer.
If you feel that helps you at this stage, great. What will happen very quickly is that on one occasion, you'll forget to say that for some reason, but it will still be good. And then you'll realize that you don't need that anymore. You can carry the conversation without sort of borrowing the credibility elsewhere. You will have it yourself. So much of this is self-belief. Great input. Thank you. So on this table here, who's been doing something in the last 3 months that they would like to share with everyone? Who's got the mic? Great. you mind standing up so that we can see a little clearer? Thank you.
Hi there. I got some letters out after the last year session in November.
Yes.
Not many. Only got 50 out.
That's okay. Good stuff.
Didn't get much of a response. Got one person reply saying their business isn't for sale, but good luck in your search.
Oh, how nice. They've obviously someone with lots of time on their hands to respond to every piece of post they get. Yeah.
Interestingly, they're next to a cinema, coffee shop, and most of the time they're shut, so they've got plenty of time on their hands.
Right. Oh, you know them, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So can I just ask a question? Why do you think you didn't get much response?
I'm not
You've
sure.
kind of given us the answer already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you know in the old days when people used to, like in the very old days when people used to sell encyclopedia sets door to door, Encyclopedia Britannica had a massive sales force, hundreds and hundreds of people going door to door selling encyclopedias. You imagine someone on their first day of the job selling encyclopedias, and they come back and they say, I didn't sell any. How many doors do you knock on? 10. Well, that's why. You've got to do at least 500 a day or whatever the number is. You've got to get the volume in there. There is a degree of this being a numbers game. Now, a numbers game doesn't mean that there is no skill involved. It doesn't mean that you're just throwing mud at the wall, because we want to be focused with our letters, in this case. But volume creates results. But well done, though, on getting started.
Yeah, I think the problem was I was trying to focus on just a very small area close to where my properties are as well. So when I bring in a member of staff, I can give them a remit to have an overview of everything.
Oh, so a close geographic area,
that's
which
that's
is why
what I was
you
looking.
knew one of the respondents. Yeah. Okay.
What I have done is contacted a couple of businesses that were through an agent. One of them I'd actually written to, but I got no response to, but found they were on the market with an agent. Got a meeting with them. That was interesting because I knew of the business before. These people only bought it in September 2020.
Okay.
And although they've had the pandemic, they've altered the business to what they think is improving it, and have actually run it down into the ground. They stripped out a lot of the income stream, and the same broker sold the business to them. So I've managed to get the accounts from the previous business through the broker.
So you can see what it used to be like.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I've got a bit of a strange situation on moving it forward at the moment. I've had a meeting with the wife of the business, who was sort of keen to sort of sell, but then sort of backpedaled a bit and said that her husband sort of enjoys the business and he wasn't there. Made some excuse of having to walk a dog, sort of thing.
Oh. Trying to sell my business, but you know what? I think I'll just walk the dog instead.
Yeah.
Maybe he was told to keep out of the conversation. That sounds more like it.
So I asked for management accounts, which I haven't got any, so they're going to look into doing that.
The majority of smaller businesses don't, because quite frankly, they don't need to. They operate out of the bank account.
Yeah.
If the money's there, they'll pay the bill. If the money isn't there, they won't.
So at the moment, they're looking for, I think it's about 75k for the business, but the lease runs down in April this year. Okay. So when I spoke to the broker, he said he didn't understand it, because if they don't sort of sell, they're going to have to renew that lease, and then they're going to be liable for future guarantee of anybody taking it over.
Well, if the lease isn't renewed, there's no business to sell.
Yeah.
But quite frankly, selling a business with a few months left on the lease has no value anyway.
Yeah.
So is this leading up to a question?
It's just where I go from here with it, really, because I don't see it's worth 75k.
What type of business is it?
Coffee shop.
Oh, right, okay. So, so they need, in order to continue, and they're operating, are they? They're open? Yeah.
On limited hours.
Sorry? Yeah. Oh, on limited,
very limited hours at the moment.
I think you said unlimited. That's interesting. Okay, so so look, I see these sorts of situations all the time in my sector, actually, where the lease is about to expire. Therefore, they're going to have nothing to sell. They're going to end up with nothing. And if they want something to sell, then they've got to sign a new 15, 20, 25-year lease. And people get very twitchy about signing long leases because they feel as though there's a 25-year commitment. They feel like there's this huge commitment ahead of them. And that, I think, is the attitude of the business owner who thinks they've now got to operate that business for 25 years. It's not the attitude of the business deal maker who says, well, I want it to be a nice long lease because I want to send it to someone else who's going to get the benefit of that lease. That's going to be part of my value. Longer the better, please. So I would be focusing on everything I've just said. You're not going to have anything to sell in a few months' time. What you've got to sell now has no value without that new lease. Are you prepared to sign a new lease? No, you're not. So what are we going to do about it? I'd buy the fixtures and fittings and get a brand new lease.
Okay.
So it'd be really, really simple. You need a new lease anyway, but they haven't got a business to speak of to sell you because it's all going to end in April.
Yeah.
So they were in a very weakened position. So move in, strike.
Yeah.
Grab the business. But you know what? That's not a unique situation. There are lots of situations like that. And once you've done it once and you're comfortable with how you negotiate a situation like that, the next time you see it, you go, well, I've done this before. Just go and do it again.
Yeah, I found it quite strange that the broker was actually giving me information to help with getting the deal done. Because she was saying one thing and he was actually undoing what she was saying and saying, well...
They play both sides.
Yeah.
They're being paid by their client, but they need to help you as well. So it's like, whose side are you on? Mm. So we get deals brought to us by brokers, and the conversation is, well, if you can get your client to agree on a very small initial consideration, a nice long deferred consideration, and often they own the premises, a brand new 25-year lease, then we'd look at it. If you can't do that, then we're not interested. So we send them off to work. So we act as though they're working for us. You need to convince your client. If you can convince your client, give us a call. If you can't, it's not for us. So I let them do the negotiation. Makes it easier, right? And they come back and say, yeah, they'll accept a really low initial. How low? Tell them it needs to be lower. Oh, okay, go and tell them it needs to be lower. And they go off and do it for you. So again, you are leading the deal. You control the flow of the deal. So I think that's the approach that you should be taking.
Yeah. Okay.
How does that sound? Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, yeah.
You've got to say that, really, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm going to sort of... Christmas has got in the way of everything anyway at the moment.
Yeah, but you need to meet both owners, really. There's a reason why you're not meeting the husband. There's a reason why he's out walking the dog. Probably because he'll say to you, yeah, we're just desperate, help us, we'll give it to you. We just don't want the commitment of another lease.
I mean, the story I've got from the broker about it is that, and she's sort of confirmed it, is before they relocated back to the UK, he had run a very successful restaurant in the Middle East.
Okay.
And he was quite embarrassed that this wasn't working.
Oh, okay.
So that's the story.
So maybe he just wants to walk away with his pride intact.
Mm.
Good luck.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Where's our mic over this side of the room? It's over on this table now. Great. Who's got something like to share over here?
Morning all.
Hi, how are you?
I've got an observation more than anything. So first of all, I'd say everybody in the room here knows that these events really stimulate you to into action. I know I spoke to a few people on this table, and they've got letters out today. In fact, I've got letters out next week, and I know there's other people.
Well, you know something. When you know something like this is coming up, and you know I'm going to ask you, then it's like, oh, I better do something fast. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So I think the events are great, and let's get taking action on it.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. No, great input. Anyone else on this table? Hi.
Hello, I'm Matt. So when I came to the last event, I'd already had my first deal over the line. That was in May.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remind us the type of business.
So I'd initially gone for gyms.
Yes.
So my first one, because I'm fitness, martial arts background, that was my main business, but it wasn't really what I wanted to get into. So it happened that this one had a salon attached to it, so we've got rid of the gym. We've gone for more salons. Another mastermind I'm in, they received a letter, so they got like a beauty spa in Brighton. So that's where I'm at with that one. Is just about to complete, which I was probably saying still. So that's taken a while. Yes. But that's going to be a share purchase. One deal didn't quite go through. So that was a negative, but basically what I want to say is it didn't stop me. So I obviously carried on. I've sent letters out since the...
when you say one deal didn't go through and didn't stop you, I'm glad you said that. Because sometimes people, they get disheartened because something doesn't... It's like you want to buy a house and a sale falls through. Does it mean you're never going to buy a house ever again? Are you going to retreat for a couple of years and say, oh, I don't think this house buying is for me? No, it's disappointing, but you go and look at another house, don't you?
Yeah, and I mean, that was quite hard. And what I learned from that is probably should have stepped out sooner, but that's just part of the game for me. That's part of the lesson. I'm interested in what you were saying about recurring income. So what I want to put into the salons, because I'm used to a recurring income within my business, is putting a subscription service in. And the gentleman was saying about coffee shops. I know Pret do like monthly subscriptions now. So I think there's a lot of businesses. I think it's just where the world's at the moment. I know it won't be for all, but it's something worth considering. So for the beauty salon, say we want to do one for massage. So it's a monthly income. They get X amount. They keep paying that. They get the credit if they don't take it. But if they stop paying, they lose it all, basically. Sure. So it's a model I want to implement, and it doesn't matter if it's not around in 2 years, because hopefully I'll be out of it by then anyway. So that's where I'm at with that. I sent out more some letters just after the last meeting. So I've had a nice deal flow. I sent 1,000 out. I think my first ever batch was 250. Had a few calls. That was back this time last year. Did another 1,000, and that works for me. It's just having, like you said, the more you send out, the more you get back. And I grew my...
And sometimes people calculate, it's going to be all these stamps and envelopes and photocopying. But you've got to keep it in perspective, because you're looking at a business that is going to contribute to potentially a group, because that's what many people are doing, thinking of buying several businesses and bolting them together. And then everyone wants to sell that group for lots of money. Okay, well, if you work it backwards, the money that you spend on the letters is going to be somewhat insignificant, probably less than the legal fees, for example, in doing the deal. So it's something that you've got to do to get the result that you want. Now, if you don't want to ever send out a letter, never spend a penny on stamps, you can still buy a business. You've just got to get out there networking and talking to people, and you've got to put a bit more legwork in, where it's kind of nice to send out the letters and let people phone you. But in the absence of that, then you just got to work a little bit harder in a different direction.
Yeah, and I grew my main business from going out on the street talking to people, and we was always told you need 10 no's to get one yes. And that's just something that stuck in my head. And it's the same with the letters and the phone calls. Yeah. And how I found, I know it was mentioned about like reputation. So obviously initially going in with gyms, even though I'm more of a martial arts centre, I could still flip it around to fitness. But now I'm having to come across with the salon. Well, I've got one under my belt, so that's great. And what I did find for that first deal, I'm quite heavy on social media anyway. So whether through my podcast and mindset, Jonathan, is it okay if I ask anyone wants an interview, can they come on my podcast?
Well, you
I've just said it. Oh, I've just said it.
Yeah.
But I would like to interview people. But yeah, it's a win-win. But what I found out was that I was clever though, wasn't it? Yeah. That helped me as well. So little things like that helped me, especially for the first deal, because I think their solicitor was saying, "Well, who's this guy? You don't know who he is." And so I've checked him out, he's doing this. So it's not worth him losing his reputation, if that makes sense. I know that wouldn't be something for everyone, but it's those little things I feel helped give me that credibility, and I've just maximised and stuff. So.
No, that's great. And just to pick up on what you said about social media in terms of deal flow being this very important subject. So my business partner was abroad during, from I think like the 16th of December until the 1st of Jan, and we were together yesterday, and I said, "What are you doing this weekend? What are you doing this weekend?" And she said, "Oh, I've got 7 viewings." I mean, what do you mean you've got 7 viewings? Where do they come from? Because I know they didn't come via the office, because I'd be knowing about these. I said, I was just really active on Facebook. So if someone, and she did that while she was away, you see, while she was on holiday, just on her phone. So if you can find 7 businesses, not just 7 businesses to buy, but there'd have been more than that to filter down, because it's not worth going to see something that you're not interested in. That's just a waste of time. But to find 7 that you're interested in, that are worth seeing, and set up the appointments across the course of a weekend, across a 2-day period. I think actually one of those is on Monday night, but you get the gist of it. And do all that just from Facebook that doesn't cost anything, then that's kind of a good message to hear. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's appreciated. Thank you. So we've got a microphone over here. Anyone over this side? Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I've got to stand up. I've been volunteered for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Jonathan. Good to see you. Where do I start? What was the question?
The question. Last 3 months,
Oh, yeah,
what
that's
have you
it,
been
that's
doing that you can share with everyone that would be of interest and benefit to the rest of the group?
Probably just so busy. Okay, so last year we did 3 deals, and wanted to underline and reiterate your piece about the deal flow, but not just on the letters, because I feel we sent out a lot of letters last year. We ended up doing the first deal off the back of that, with the first 2 deals off the back of that. But actually, this last one that we've just done was through a referral. And we're just about to do one with a distressed business. So if you want some complicated stuff to talk about, we can talk about that now.
Go for it.
Okay. So the distressed business, they have 2 businesses in the UK and 1 in Poland. One of the businesses in the UK is in trouble. The other one is solvent, but there's a big director's loan that makes it insolvent. But anyway, we're just trying to work out how on earth we do that. So there's an insolvency practitioner involved in one of the UK businesses. In the other one, obviously, they're not, because that's solvent. The businesses are kind of sharing clients, and it's all very much pulled together.
I mean, with that sort of overview of information, I would say that both businesses need to be closed down at the same time. You obviously would buy the assets. You can do it via a pre-pack, so that you've already agreed that you're going to be buying the assets for a certain amount.
That's the way we're going,
Depends whether it's a friendly insolvency practitioner that's been appointed by the directors.
Yes.
Or an aggressive insolvency practitioner appointed by a creditor.
Trying to avoid that.
Yeah, because that's where it can go wrong.
Yeah.
They're on the wrong side, aren't they? You want them to be on your side. So if it's someone appointed by the directors, then I think you should be sitting down with the directors and saying, look, we need to close both businesses at the same time, and we can do a pre-packaged agreement that means that they'll be closed. So they'll go into they can actually go straight into they go into administration. You buy from administration, or you could do a pre-liquidation purchase. So you could buy the assets and then they liquidate the companies. That might be cheaper, actually.
Yeah.
Liquidations are typically cheaper than administrations.
Yeah, I think it was a challenge, because obviously one's an asset sale. We were thinking maybe the other one's a share sale, but
no,
it's probably better to do assets.
Yeah, and keep it really, really simple on that.
Yeah.
Usually, the more complex the situation if you can find a very, very simple solution, there's so much less to go wrong. If you've got a complex situation and a complex solution, there's too many moving parts.
So the only other complication is they've got a company in Poland. So,
well, I mean, do you want it?
Yeah, we want the people in it, not necessarily the entity.
Well, that's a separate deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's exciting stuff I've been up to.
Plans for the next 12 months?
World domination?
Absolutely.
But if we
join the World Domination Club, you're in the right place.
So we're looking at doing 8 deals.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm in marketing technology services, so all of these are agencies in that space. So if anybody knows anyone who has a marketing technology services business, come and talk to me.
And I've got to say, actually, that saying things like that to a group like this, you never know where it might lead. I saw there's a Facebook group called Businesses for Sale. And it's usually, there's a lot of fast food and kebab shops and things, which is absolutely fine if you're building a chain of kebab shops, but not for many of us, I guess. And I just saw a printing, large format printing company in Scotland, and the woman was saying, I want to sell. You're nodding. I just sent it to you. Yes, sorry. Sorry, have you grown a beard since I saw you last? Yes, you have. And I was about to say Gavin isn't here, but then I'm looking at you thinking, no, that is Gavin with a beard. Yeah. Yeah. So do you want to just pick up, grab the mic, just pick up the story. So you tell everyone what happened next.
Yeah. So so Nigel messaged me via LinkedIn, personal messaged me about this company in Scotland.
I did.
Yeah, you did, yes.
Yeah,
and did I say you?
He's a Nigel.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jonathan.
I can be Nigel.
Who are you? Who are you? Yeah. And so I've been hunting her down, this person. And to be honest, I've looked at company's house, I've gone through Credit Safe. I've even sent everybody who's called Karen Ferguson, because that's the name, from Central Scotland. Everybody on my Facebook Messenger.
Anyone you can find.
Anyone I can find with that name, I've sent them, even if they're abroad, yeah? And I've put this message on, if you're that person who's selling your printing company, and it was last June, actually.
Was it an old post?
Yeah,
I didn't realise.
Yeah,
I thought it was a post from the day I saw it.
Yeah, the further I delved into it, yeah.
Okay. All right,
but I'm waiting for a response.
The point I was making, not realising that you were here anyway, is that when someone has a sector in their head, and when I see that, I think of you. So that's why I just screenshotted it and sent it to you. So saying to a group like this, if anyone comes across this type of business, not a bad conversation to be having over the breaks and lunch. You never know. They'll store it away, and 6 months later, see something and think of you.
But the point is that you sent me something and I acted on it. So I mean that's what you've got to do.
Yeah.
It's like every time you hold these sessions, you've got to. Yeah. Thanks, Rich. Every time you hold these sessions, it's all right taking away the notes and everything, but if you're not going to act on it, what's the point? And it's as simple as that, really. So
last 3 months, what's been happening?
Yeah, so I think I posted something on the. If you're not on the Deal Makers group on LinkedIn, you should be a member of it. So you need to get yourself on that. And Jonathan looks at it every day. It's a great place to be. If you need any advice, you just post it on there, and Jonathan will come back to you, or one of the guys in the group, which is great. And I think in November I did say I'd made a commit. We went to Somerset in August, Hotel 10. Jonathan invited some deal makers down there who'd done some deals this year or previous years, and I made a commitment. I'd really struggled myself finding the right deals last year and walked away from everything, really. Plus, my deal flow wasn't up to standard. I was trying to integrate the companies we'd bought in the previous year in 2020. Staffing levels. I made all these excuses why I wasn't getting my deal flow through, and at the end of the day, I didn't put the time in to do it. So in August, I made the commitment to try and complete on at least 2 deals before the end of 2021. So on the deal makers group, I just posted some figures, and obviously when I commit to something, I try and do it and make it happen. And so I just thought I'd give an update on the group where I was at the time, at the end of 21. So this is what I sent out in August after our 2-day meeting. I sent out 1,100 letters in September. I had 12 inquiries and telephone discussions to the letter. I was interested in 7 of those telephone discussions. Obviously, you've all got your tick boxes to go through to find out whether it's relevant to you or not, and whether it's worth investigating further. Out of those 7 confirmed appointments, I made 5 offers for the businesses. We're heads of terms with 3 of them. 2 pulled out at the last minute, so we've still got 3 heads of terms. We should have completed on one on the 23rd of December, but the head solicitor decided to take a bit more time out for Christmas, so that put it back, and we complete on the 14th, which is next Friday. They tried to throw another spanner in the works on that one because there's a property involved, and we're going to lease the property, the building, from them, but their solicitor is trying to make that, we can't complete because you've not signed the lease. Well, that's total bollocks because,
the 2 things happen simultaneously. So you can sign the lease today, and then that's held to order. So it isn't executed until the
surveys and everything else.
Purchase or the share purchase agreement is.
So we've overcome that. It's me saying no, we can do it this way, like you've just suggested. We can get it through. So that's still happening, which is great, and that's just short of £700,000 business in print finishing. So I'm in the printing sector, for anybody that knows me. So they do think, it's very, very niche. So they do pharmaceutical folding. So every box of paracetamols that you see, you'll see the medical leaflet in there. It's folded down from an A3 to a minute folded leaflet. So that's very specialised. And they also fold down all the maps for HarperCollins and things like that, which is, again, your hiking maps, things like that. So again, specialised area, very profitable.
Do you mind sharing the deal structure?
Yeah, no problem. So turnover just short of 700,000. At its peak 4 years ago, pre-pandemic, it was around 1.2. It's profitable. It's got money in the bank. It's got 160 grand in the bank. We're using that as the initial deposit. We're buying it for £280,000. That's all. We're using that money in the bank, and then we're paying the rest over 36 months. We're keeping the guy in the business for 3 months until we find somebody to replace him, but we're going to automate it, a lot of the back-end office anyway.
So are you telling us that you don't have to put anything into that?
Correct. We've not put 1 penny. I've just put a bit of my time. There's an £80,000 Silbus loan stood there as well, which we could have used, but we're not. So we're going to use that for the next deal.
Is there any surplus cash? The
£80,000 surplus cash.
Okay.
They've got a debtor book of 140,000, so I could raise, could do discrete invoice finance against that if I wanted to via Bibbies, who are my lender.
So you could probably get about 80, 85,
yeah,
90.
we get 90%.
Oh, 90%?
Yeah,
wow.
So we get 90%, and that's already been pre-done, pre-verified.
So you can get, what, 130, 140 out of...
Yes, so I can get 140 out of the debtor book anyway, so if I want to. So I could pay him straight out if I wanted to, but we're not going to do that, obviously. And we've got 80 grand in the Silbus loan sat there as well. So, there's a lot of money there for the next deal.
Now, you've got, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You've done this several times now, so you can make your own decisions. You know what the options are.
Yeah.
You can use that money as working cap. You can use it for your next acquisition. And, you know, for some of us, with those two numbers added together, 220,000.
Correct.
Yeah, that's kind of, you know, that could pay off a big chunk of the mortgage.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly taking a
you
deal
still
fee
owe
out of it.
because the business has to pay it back.
Yeah.
But that's what the business is for. The business is there to work for you. You don't work for the business.
Correct.
The business works for you. The business provides for you.
Correct. So it's a really sweet deal. The owner's is 58. I've known him as well, you know, in the industry. He's well known for being a grumpy person, but he's well known. He's well known, though, for having a fantastic business. You know, what they do is right up there in the UK. There's not many. I think there's about 3 companies in the UK that can do their kind of work. So this is the areas I like, is the niche areas in print, and where there's still money to be made. So, yeah, he's earned a very good living out of it.
So, optimism for the next 12 months?
Yeah, so that's that one. The other 2 deals are signage companies. We're in full due diligence with those. We're going to complete on one at the end of January, and that's a £1.1 million company. And we've got a third one that we're going to complete in February, that we've got a completion date set, and that's 400k. And again, we're not putting any of my own personal money into these deals. We're using money in the bank or leveraging the debtor book or any Silbus loans that they've got. So
well done.
That's now.
When did we first meet?
2019, I think it was, wasn't it?
Was it not 2020 pandemic?
2020 pandemic,
Yeah,
February 2020, when I said, "Oh, am I the right person to come in on your course?"
On the Zoom,
the Saturday morning.
Yeah. Do you think you were the right person?
Absolutely. I think I said this to Chris. Where's Chris? Scottish Chris, where are you?
Hi, Chris.
There you go. You're hiding behind the pillar. Yeah. You know, I can honestly say where I was trying to grow my business. 30 years trying to grow businesses organically. What a waste of time. And until I met you and went on your course, it's changed my life, and it has done, financially and personally. So, yeah, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give Gavin a round of applause. That's.
So, I just want to also add, though, I'm not stopping there. So, Maxine's, I've been on the case to Maxine. She's in Lanzarote at the minute, but it doesn't stop me, badgering her. Anyway, we've got another 1,100 letters going out to a same sort of sector, but in the northeast, as in Yorkshire, Humberside, East Midlands area. Plus, I've got the same area we're targeting with the same data, minus out of the 1,100. I've cleansed it down. I've knocked 400 off there that I don't want, and we're sending the letters out again. So there's 2 mail shots going out in the next few days. So to keep the deal flow going, and I'm trying to get 1 a quarter at least.
So if you were to just project forward,
yeah,
what's the end goal? What's the outcome?
Yeah, the end goal is a 10 million turnover group, and
your margins are huge.
Well, that was my gross profit margins that you thought it was my net profit.
Oh, right.
So this is why we nearly had a fight last in November, yeah.
Okay.
So the net profits are still quite good. They're around 15%, which is brilliant for print. But that's because we look at the niche markets. We're not a stack it high selling cheap.
Exit multiple on that type of business?
See, in manufacturing, the way we're in, it's still three times, but we probably could exit for a bit more, 6.
Well, but it should be if it's a larger
company.
Correct. It should be a lot more than that. 3 would be for way smaller.
Yeah, it's not all about exit. One of the companies we bought in 2018, which is before I met you, and it was just that was the biggest one I'd done. I mentioned it last time I was here. We set the goals for this year with the members of staff there, and I actually just said, "Would you be?" I knew there was interest in buying the company, and I said, because they tried to buy it pre-2018, a couple of members of staff, and do a management buyout. So I just thought, could do with somebody. I asked the question, "Would you like to buy the company off me?" Yes. So we're working towards selling one of the companies in the group.
Okay.
For a lot more than what I bought it for. And I'm going to
all
help them get the loan, get the funding.
Exactly.
And get fully 100% cash up front, no deferment.
So you get the finance on your own business to allow them to buy it from you.
Correct.
Yeah, brilliant.
So,
brilliant.
So I just think, it's time for, a bit of a cash outlay.
Absolutely.
And get it in the bank. Yeah. So that's
Great,
one of the goals. And obviously doing another one, purchasing one company a quarter for this year. That's my goals.
Fantastic.
You heard them from me. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
All right. Cheers, Jonathan.
Thank you. And that is a great example of what happens when you get that momentum and you start talking to people and you start doing deals, you do more deals, and then you have a cash out event and you're actually helping them do that, which is absolutely textbook way of doing it. So that's really, really outstanding. Should we have a coffee break? Yes. 15-minute break. You can bring your coffees back in here if you'd like to. They're through the door as you came in, and there might even be some pastries and things out there as well. See you back here in 15. Thank you.
What's it called? What's it called again? Yeah, I've heard of them, yeah. And changing from paper to that problem? You didn't struggle with it? You're still writing, aren't you? Somebody said something like when you write something it goes through your arm and up into your brain.
Right, welcome back. Are we on? Yes, we are. Good. Alrighty. Now I know we didn't get around all the tables, but I just want to move tack, change the pace a little bit. I want to talk about strategy and really why you're here, and what is the reason for you being here? What's the reason for you taking an interest in doing something like this, and what do you want to get out of it? So I want you to grab your pads. I think the hotel provided pads on the tables, but I think I also see lots of you bought your own, which is great. I would strongly suggest across the course of the next 2 days you take lots of notes. Don't rely upon memory to remember all those good ideas that you have. Write things down as you go along. So I want you to take a blank sheet of paper, and I want you to think about 36 months from now. So this is a great time of year to do this sort of planning. So it's this year, next year, and the year after. So across that period of 3 years, 36 months, there'll be 3 birthdays, 3 Christmases, 3 wet summers, whatever measurement you want to use. But it's just 3. It's a small number, 36 months. We can think in terms of 36 months. If I said to you 10 years, what's going to happen in 10 years? So many things can happen in 10 years. But just 36 months. And I want you to think about selling the businesses that you've either bought, are currently buying, or are going to buy over the next 12 months at that point. So let's say you haven't done anything yet. That's fine. But you're going to get going now. Great time to start. And over the next 12 months, you buy that 2 or 3 businesses. The 12 months after that, you buy 2 or 3. 12 months after that, you buy 2 or 3. And along the way, you're bundling them together. And then you're going to exit. Fancy way of saying you're going to sell. So you're going to exit in 36 months. I want you to think, what number would make you happy? And this is the number that you end up with. So, you know, when you sell, you take off any debt that the business has used to buy the businesses. So if you borrowed, like in one of our conversations earlier with Sam, if you borrowed a few £1 million along the way, then that few £1 million needs to be paid back on exit. So what's the number that you end up with that you would be happy with? Yeah, well, let's say pre-tax, because it's simpler to think like that, because everyone's got different tax arrangements, and some of you live in different countries. So let's keep it really simple. What's the number that the solicitor is going to transfer to you as your funds? So I want you to write that number down, please. And then look at the number once you've written it down and think, would that make me happy? Now, we're not going to get into an argument about whether money makes you happy or not. That's not what, it's not that type of group, okay? Let's assume that money will make you mildly content. But a number that makes you feel as though those 3 years of effort were worthwhile, and that you had a good run during those 3 years. You did well in the 3 years. So look at your number and just decide whether that feels like the right number. Who'd like to share their number? Now, you can't change your number when you hear other people's, okay, because this is personal to you. So we won't pass the mic round, so we'll do this really, really fast. So you had your hand up first. 1 million. Fantastic. Over here, 25 million. Yes, there's no right or wrong answer. We're not going to pick up on anyone saying it's the right or the wrong number. Yes. 50. Yes. Other numbers? 100 million. Okay. And how far along that path are you? That would be a pretty good return in 36 months. 5, okay? Yes. 500,000. Fine, okay. Anything else? 5 million. 2. 10. Over on this table. 2. 2.5. 1. Okay. Yes? 3. Anyone else over on this table? 7. This table over here? 20. Back table? 3. 3 and 3. 2 3s sitting next to each other. Okay. The point has been made, I think, that everyone's number is different, and it ranges from hundreds of thousands to low single digits, the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, to the higher single digits, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we get into the 10s, and I think you probably win the prize with the 100. I hope there is, and whoever sits next to you at lunch is going to be asking you what that plan is and wants you to share it. So everyone's got a different number because of several reasons. One reason is that that number is based upon what you believe is achievable for you. It's a little bit like when people apply for jobs at a salary that they believe that they are worth. The person who applies for the £25,000 a year job is not going to apply for the £100,000 a year job because they do not see themselves as a £100,000 a year person. They see themselves as a £25,000 a year person because that's what they earned last year. Does that make sense? Do we generally agree that people apply for jobs that are in line with what they believe they should be earning at that age, that level of experience, or really based upon what they did last year? You don't typically go from the starter home to the multi-million-pound mansion as the next purchase because in your head there is a ladder to climb, and that might be something that you do when you're 50, not when you're 25. Okay? So you've all got different numbers based upon what you believe you can achieve, and part of that decision is based upon what you've done previously or what your peer group have done. And I think it's also fair to say that our belief in what we are worth and what we are capable of is going to be determined by the people we spend the most time with. Now, some of you would be very familiar with that concept. Some of you might be hearing it for the first time. Some of you might hear it for the first time and say, well, that's absolutely not the case. But typically, when you look at a peer group, and a peer group can be members of your family, and of course your close friends, the people that you spend the most time with, usually people are on a similar level of income, a similar stage in life. And I think it's very fair to say that if you are in a peer group where their income is higher than yours, your income will start to grow, or your belief in what is possible will start to grow because of the people that you are associating with. So I have a very good friend. We've been friends for over 30 years. And we started off with the same sort of interests. We were both just leaving school. And he went down one path, and I went down the business path. And I spent a few years sort of figuring it out and sort of living on the financial edge, and not quite sure if I can pay my rent, and then getting the first property, and then the first proper business, and then it kind of 23 years ago it took off nicely. Where he kind of remained consistent with where he was when he was 18, 19. Income went up gradually, but not massively. And of course, he knows what I do, and we have conversations, and we talk every week, and these sorts of things come up. And then last year, I had a birthday party. It was my 50th birthday, and I think some of you came to the venue that I held the party at. And we were sitting outside. It was the August bank holiday weekend, and the friend I've just been telling you about met some other friends of mine that he'd never met. It was completely different groups. And he's hearing about one. The one is actually buying the security businesses, and the other one I mentioned also earlier with the wind turbine business. And he's listening to them, and we're all the same, pretty much the same age. And he's listening, and he's thinking, oh my goodness, it's not just Jonathan. I thought Jonathan was an anomaly. There are other people out there who are doing well in different fields. And we were talking about, as people typically do when they get together, well, again, it depends on the peer group, about goals and aspirations for the future. And when we meet back here in 12 months' time, what will have changed and what will be different. And he realized that he'd never set any goals. And he'd just, one year had spilled into the next, and life had just gone on. And that's possibly why there wasn't a definable career path. Where my other two friends were saying, oh yes, by this time next year, when we sit here next August, this is what's going to happen. And they were saying it's going to be this, and I'm going to have this, and we're going to do this, and this is going to be the size of the business, and I'm going to have 5 security firms, I'm going to be doing these, and these are all the things I'm going to be doing. And my very good friend Richard said, you know what, I realize now that if I'd spent more time with those guys, that would have rubbed off on me. And I think one of the benefits of being in a group like this is hearing what other people are doing and hearing the success stories, if you wanted to put it glibly like that. But just most recently, what Gavin's just been telling you, and what Sam's been telling you, and hearing this and thinking, if other people can do it, I can do it. So the number that you wrote down is your number in a vacuum where it hasn't yet been influenced by your peer group of people who are also climbing the acquisition ladder, the business ladder, with an outcome where in 3 years' time you could sell the businesses that you bought during that 3-year period. So what I know is, because of all the lockdowns in COVID, I know that this sort of group meetings have been moved around so many times and cancelled and changed. I can't even remember when it was meant to have been, but we're here today. But typically what happens over the course of a 12-month period where we get together every month, the number that people start out with at the beginning, the number that you've just written down, changes dramatically by the end of the 12 months. And it doesn't just double, it typically goes up 5, 6, 7 times. Just to let you know, because I've kept the records of this, at the beginning of the year, the average number that people write down on their pads is 5 million. So you can use that as a measure, really, of the average, where you sit on that average scale. I realize life isn't about averages, but it gives us a bit of a measure, doesn't it? And then at the end of the year, when we do exactly the same exercise, the number is 25 million. Now, what's happened during the course of 12 months? Well, clearly, your knowledge increases, so you now see more opportunities. Someone said earlier, here's a complicated deal. Yeah, how would we approach this deal? So when you know how to do those complicated deals, you've now got another string to your bow, another layer of expertise, so then more opportunities become available to you. But I think it's more than just having more knowledge and skills. Your confidence level goes up. So those of you who said the more modest numbers, the hundreds of thousands and the single-digit millions, what if I told you that you're aiming way too low? Like way, way too low. You should be aiming an awful lot higher. Because if you get started now and you do this over the next 36 months, and you do it the way we are talking about here, I've seen your hand, but I'm kind of in full flow at the moment, so I'll come to you in a moment. What will happen is that you will reach a bigger goal than right now you think is possible. And being around the right people is going to have a massively positive impact on that, which is why I think when we pass the mic around and we hear what other people are doing, hear their stories. And this afternoon, I'm going to introduce you to someone, as I said, who's a year ahead of you. And when he talks about deal flow this afternoon, some of you will be going, I've been aiming too low, because he's doing some massive deal flow things. Now, the next question you need to ask yourself is this. Let's stick with the number that you've written down. And you just said that you're happy with that in 36 months, right? You're happy with that number in 36 months. The question now is, how do we get there? What's the plan to get there? Well, we know the method. The method is acquiring other people's trading businesses and have other people run those businesses, so we've got the time and the headspace to go and find more businesses to buy. That's the method. But then we've got to say, what is the strategy? What is the right type of business to buy? Now, if you're still struggling with what is the right type of business to buy, I can tell you right now you're overthinking it. You are massively overthinking it. Because you're trying to find the perfect sector, which, of course, we know doesn't exist. So now we can all relax. The perfect sector doesn't exist. We're just looking for a sector in which we can buy businesses. Because what if you spent another year finding that perfect sector, and then you found that no one wanted to sell to you? Well, no good, is it? People often say, how do you land on the nursery thing? And I tell you what I looked at. I looked at care homes. Was there one other? I kind of discarded veterinary because that had been consolidated so well. I kind of 10 years too late on that one. But care homes is really the other sort of area of interest. But nurseries were a lot easier to buy than care homes, because quite often the care home sector is massively property orientated, and I'd becoming more of a property investor, and I've got a bit of property, but it's not really, it doesn't excite me. It's not really my thing, where I can get my head around the nursery business like pretty quickly. And then I just got on with it. But I had no guarantee of success. No one was guaranteeing that I'd be able to do this and buy these nurseries and it'd be worth something in the future. No one was guaranteeing that. But I just got on with it anyway because my risk was minimal. Basically, I'd have wasted my time. And I was quite happy to risk a few months of my time, because if it did work, then the reward would be so high. And the clue was that other people were exiting at very high amounts. So my daughter goes to school in Putney. She's in year 1. And I discovered that one of the dads in year 2 owned a nursery group that he sold for 186 million last year. Okay, I mean, how much closer to home can that be? So all you need are a few little things like that. Say, you know what? Let's just get going on this. So the momentum that we talked about this morning, the getting going, has got to start now. Because I'm telling you something. If you don't start as a result of these 2 days, you'll never start. Your momentum level after these 2 days will not go up over the course of the next few months, looking at a blank screen on your or just doing stuff at home in your home office. Your momentum level won't go up. It will only go down unless it's buoyed up and maintained. So now is the time to strike whilst the iron is hot. So here's the thing. If we're going to achieve that number via business acquisition, we've got to know what we can if that's the sale figure, we've got to know what we need in terms of profitability in order to achieve that sales figure. Because typically, especially on larger deals, your sale value is determined by a multiple of your EBITDA, effectively your pre-tax earnings. That is how we're going to get your 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever. That's how we're going to get it. Now, if we're going to build a sizable business, because we're going to be buying small ones, sticking them together, and creating that sizable business, then the chances are high that your multiple is going to be high, which makes life easier for you. So if you've got something that you're going to be selling for millions, the chances are pretty good your multiple will start to go into double digits. So let's say for the ease of the mathematics, your exit multiple is 10. So if you wanted to get to 10 million, then you need 1 million of profit for someone to hand you 10 times, to hand you 10 million. And you might think, Jonathan, 10 is over-egging it. Fine. In your example, make it a 7 or an 8. Don't go below that, because below that, you've probably got a smaller business, and that's not the plan. That's not why we're here. The idea is to buy the smaller businesses, put them together to create the bigger business. Or by the way, you might be thinking, Jonathan, this buy and build is not for me. That's absolutely fine. Then my best advice to you would be to buy the biggest business possible. If you're going to buy just one business, don't go and buy a business that turns over £50,000, which is a job, not a business, but you know what I mean. Yeah? So go big. It's not more difficult to buy that bigger business than it is the small business. Sometimes the small businesses are where all the emotions are and all the hassle is, and there's no financial information, and it's a nightmare. You can never finance it, and it's just a mess. Okay? So go for the bigger, more professionally run business. You're going to buy one, buy a big one. Now, if you're going to buy several, then maybe you're going to buy some smaller ones, and maybe some of those smaller ones strategically work, but we can talk about that later. So if our exit multiple is 10, and we want 10 million, then we need £1 million of profit. Now, the next question to ask yourself is, how many businesses do I need to buy to get £1 million of profit? How many do I need to buy? Well, let's look at some of the businesses in your market. Now, there are going to be businesses of all different sizes, small, medium, and large. You're probably going to be looking at the smaller ones and at the lower end of the medium-sized ones. So when you look at the smaller ones, how much profit do they make? Well, go and look at their accounts and find out. The accounts most probably understate the true profit, because typically the owners of small businesses do their best to minimize their corporation tax. And to minimize corporation tax, you have to minimize profit. And accountants have clever ways of doing that legitimately in order to reduce that profit. So we can always add a little bit to it. So let's say that the average is 250,000. Right. Now we've got a bit more of a plan. We need to buy 4. If we buy 4 businesses averaging £250,000 profit each, put them together, we've now got our £1 million profit business. £1 million profit business we can sell for, depending upon how enthusiastic you feel about the maths, 8 million or 10 million, whatever the multiple is. But it's got to be 7 million plus. It's got to be a multiple of 7, absolute minimum. Now, does that now sound more of a detailed plan where we now know what we need to do? We need to buy 4. So how many business owners do we need to talk to in order to find 4 to buy? Well, let's be prudent. Let's be conservative. Let's say that we get to heads of terms on 8, and of those 8, 4 fall out of bed. I'm saying that because I know someone will always say that is what happens. My experience is it doesn't happen as much as you think it's going to happen, because if you set up the relationship right, it's probably not going to fall apart, but there's always a question mark until no deal is done till the deal is done. But let's say we need to get to heads of terms on 8 to get our 4. Next question is, how many owners do we need to speak to reach heads of terms on 8? Well, you might strike it lucky with a few of them. The first few that you speak to, there might be one in there. Or you might have to speak to a lot more. But let's say we have to speak to 5 to find one that's decent, that actually fits our criteria, is what we want, and we've got a motivated seller who wants to do a deal. So where are we at now? We're at 40, right? We're at 40. But you might think 40 is too low, Jonathan. You're trying to make the figures look good and make it sound too easy. All right, let's double it. Let's make 80. You've got to speak to 80. Now you might be thinking, Jonathan, I can't speak to 80 people. I can't have 80 conversations. Well, don't forget those initial conversations are only 30 minutes max. So 80 conversations is about 40 hours. You do realize that people work 40 hours in 1 week. Now, it's going to be spread over several months, maybe even spread over a couple of years. So in actual fact, 80 conversations over a couple of years, even over a year, that's not very many at all. It's probably no different to any other business that you've got where you're speaking to people on the phone and having conversations with customers and suppliers and so forth. You're just talking to people. So if we're going to have 80 conversations, now we're going to get some letters out. Now, you're not going to have all the 80 conversations the week the letter lands, so we're not going to be sending out a large number of letters to get 80 responses immediately. I have to say, though, when I did my first nursery school test, which was about a year before I went for the first one, I sent out 1,000 letters, and I got about 70 responses. And it was a little bit crazy. I wasn't expecting that. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's probably unlikely, though, that would happen. I tell you why there were so many. It's because the government had just brought in the 30 hours of free childcare. The whole industry was in absolute chaos. People were saying, this is going to destroy our businesses. I need to get out now. It didn't destroy anyone's business. But that's what everyone thought. So suddenly all these motivated sellers, I need to get out now. So it's possible. But unlikely that it would be replicated many times. So do you see what we're doing here? We're creating a flow of activity, sending out letters, talking to people, and attaching it to your end goal. And then when you've got that clear line of action, and I think that what I can bring to this is clarity of purpose. I don't like fluff. I don't like filler and padding and things that are nice to do but not important. I can cut it down to the bare bones. Send out letters, talk to people, find the motivated sellers of businesses that are worth buying, buy them, combine them, sell them, bank the money, take a holiday, do it again. That's what that's what it's all about. Hey, there you go. But you see, when you break it down into one sentence, you think, what's all the fuss about? Yeah, I'm worrying about whether I frank the envelopes to put the stamps on them. Do I sign the letters in blue or do I sign the letters in black? I'm looking at the database and saying, do I pick out, what if there's some closed businesses in there and my letters are just wasted? Do you see how people get caught up on details where it's just not important? You've got to strike while the iron is hot. And if the iron isn't hot over the next 2 days, it won't be hot. So make the most of the momentum and the positivity in the room to launch you forward. Even if you've already got started, accelerate your efforts. Double your goals, whatever they might be. What I'd like you to do, I want you to turn to the person next to you. If you know the person next to you, better to do this with someone that you don't know so well. So just shuffle around the table if you're sitting next to your husband or wife or the person that you came along with today. And what I want you to do is to share with them how those numbers that I gave you, from sending out letters, talking to people, all the way through to reaching your goal, would work for you and your sector. And if you don't yet have a sector, then I think you need to decide on one pretty soon. You don't have to be massively original. You're not looking for something that no one's ever done before, you've never heard of anyone doing. You can just pick one that you've heard and do it. Because otherwise, you'll spend another year of your life deliberating over something, and then when you've done it, you realize it didn't really make too much difference. Okay, so I'm going to give you 5 minutes, 2.5 minutes either way with the person next to you to talk through your numbers and your plan. Go, Fred. We have a microphone on that table over there. We've got one on the table over here. Do you need an extra minute? I'll give you an extra minute. Go for it. Pause for a moment. What I'm looking for are half a dozen people who have a very clear plan as a result of what we've just been talking about, that are willing to share it with everyone, who've got some clear numbers, clear plan, and can describe it to everyone with clarity. Clear, clarity, focus, all of those words. So we've got a microphone, okay. So do you want to grab the mic that's on the table behind? And we've got Phil as well, okay. And we've got, yes, okay, great, fantastic. I need a few more volunteers lined up here. Well, let's just start with these three, and then we'll, when you get the hang of it, we'll get some more. Good morning.
Good morning. This is where I'm hoping that my maths is right.
Well, you've got a whole room full of people who are going to check it for you right now.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm Julie. Hi. The figure I'm looking to get out in 3 years is 20 million. If we're working on a multiple of 10, then that means that I need £2 million profit across the group. I'm not clear exactly what industry I'm going into, and I've assumed a 10% net profit to turnover ratio. Yes. So that means that I need £20 million turnover across the group.
Okay, so you measure your acquisitions in terms of revenue, yes?
Yeah. So I'm looking at 10 businesses at 2 million turnover. So I'm going to target businesses between 500,000 and 5 million turnover.
Yes.
With a 10% plus EBITDA.
Yes.
And in order to do that, so this is what I'm not clear on, is effectively what percentage of letters is going to yield a deal. Because I've heard people talking, and it sounds like maybe 100 letters, one deal.
Yeah. Can I give you the correct answer?
There isn't one.
Which is not the answer you want.
Yeah.
And it's very tempting to give you the answer that people like to hear, but it's not actually the right answer. The correct answer is no one knows. There is no such thing. We all love that certainty. Put them in the letterbox. The phone will ring 3 times. We'll buy a bit. We'd love that certainty. It doesn't exist. Life, it is the equivalent of saying, I've got a business, and I am going to make this much money in 12 months' time if I put this advert in the paper today. Oh, if only it was that predictable. But of course, it isn't. So you don't know until you start doing it.
Yeah, and it's going to vary depending on what industry you choose.
It's going to vary depending upon the day of the week.
Yeah.
It's going to vary depending upon whether another lockdown's threatened, whether a new piece of legislation is coming in that sector that sends a whole bunch, because there's always scared people. You know, in every type of business, there are scared people. Changing legislation, everyone's scared. But then there's also people who see it as an opportunity. Now, here's an opportunity here. All these people are running away. I'm going to run into the action. So no one knows that number, and it doesn't really matter that you don't know, because if you don't know, you don't know. You just do it. It's like saying, okay, I want to run a marathon. How long is it going to take me to train? And if you can't tell me exactly how many hours training I need, I'm not going to do it. Well, you don't want to do it that much, do you? Because if you really wanted to do it, you wouldn't mind putting in the effort, whatever it takes to get there, because the result, the outcome, the goal is so compelling. I don't mind whether it's 50 hours, 100 hours, 150, 200 hours. I want to do it. And that is the correct answer to your question. But it's a very, very good question.
Yeah, so I was just trying to work it back, and obviously I completely agree. You know, there is no, but I was just trying to determine my level of activity in order to get the momentum going initially.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and target 1,000 letters a month.
I think that would be incredibly good activity. When the numbers are very small, they aren't sufficient to get anything relevant back. I mean, you just need to go a little bit bigger to get to have any sort of to infiltrate the market. Otherwise, you're just skimming the surface. And remember that the majority of those letters will not be opened by the right people, will be swept up in the junk mail, will go to businesses that have moved premises or have closed. So there's a whole bunch that will never see the light of day. But who cares about those? What we care about are the ones that respond. Keeps coming back to the deal flow. One thing you did say that was very good that I think we can pull out for everyone's benefit here is that if you know the margin in a sector, so the profit margin, so I don't want to get too technical, but the EBITDA margin, so the earnings before tax, depreciation, amortization. So it's not the net profit sitting right at the very bottom of the P&L, it's just a little bit higher because it's effectively pre-tax and pre those other deductions, so it's a bit of a bigger number. If you know the average EBITDA for a sector, for example, in mine it's 20, then you can buy turnover knowing that if that turnover is managed correctly, the profit margin will pop out the other end. So when I see a business that's, say, turning over, let's just do round numbers, £1 million, it should be making 200,000 EBITDA. And if it's only making 100, either the accountant's being clever, or the seller is putting through personal expenditure to lower that figure, because you're going to be taxed on that. So that could be why they put or they could just treat it as like a bit of a personal piggy bank. Or they're doing something wrong. They're using lots of expensive agency staff rather than full-time members of staff, so their salary bill, instead of being 49% of their revenue, is 72% of their revenue. That's what they're doing wrong. There's an identifiable problem. But if I want to buy £1 million of revenue, and they're only making, did I say 100 in my example? 100, yeah. They're only making 100. I'm buying it based upon that 100. But at the back of my mind, I'm getting 200. I'm getting an extra 100 I'm not paying for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm buying it based upon the 100, but I'm going to get 200 because I'm not going to have the agency staff. I'm going to have the full-time staff.
If you can look at the management accounts, that will give you a more realistic idea of what the actual profit is before the accountant starts messing around with it to reduce the tax.
Yes. Please, yeah, absolutely. But please remember that management accounts are for internal use only. They aren't going to be audited for larger businesses. They don't have to fulfill any sort of statutory. Are you an accountant? Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. So you should be telling me this, not the other way around. But you know what I mean. So they can be manipulated, and sometimes sellers might just add an extra zero in, thinking you might not notice. So they can't always be trusted, but maybe a better indication. So if you know that a margin is 20% and you buy a 1 million revenue business, it will turn out 200,000. There's 200,000 of your target. And if you're buying and the businesses are all pretty much the same, and there's a consistent EBITDA percentage across the sector, then you can buy 500,000 of revenue here, 150 over there, 250, 1 million, and you start just piecing it all together. And then it's just a race. How quickly can I get there? Good plan. But did you say you hadn't chosen the sector?
I think I have now. I've got an idea, yeah.
Willing to share or keep it to yourself?
Accounting practices.
Accounting practices. Great. Now, accounting practices are often sold strangely and weirdly on multiples of the revenue, the billings, because it's seen as a recurring revenue stream. I'm told by my accountant, so this is just one person telling me, so one person it's not necessarily absolutely gospel, but it says that bookkeeping practices sell for more than accountancy practices. Now, he went and bought a couple of accountancy practices. You may have heard me interview him as a result of being in the program. But because that's his thing. But bookkeeping practices, you would think would be worth less, but are worth more. Just an idea. Who was our, and thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Who was our second volunteer? Who had their hand up? Or who's got a mic? Oh, we've got a mic over here. Yes. I can't, sorry, you are right directly behind the pillar, and I can't see you. I'm sorry.
Cheers, Gavin.
Go for it.
I've just started. I sent out 1,400 letters just before Christmas.
Yes.
I'm looking to buy in the transport industry.
Yes.
The figure I came up with was the same figure as the last time, back in November when we did the deal wheel.
Yes.
It's 50 million. I've went and had a look, and transport groups are selling for about 23.2 times EBITDA was the last one.
Oh, my goodness.
And that was in July.
Okay, so that's very high. So do you know what drives the value in that sector?
Well, transport. Without transport, you don't have televisions, you don't have food.
No, I know, but when I say what drives the value, is it the age of the equipment? Because if you've got new stock, I guess that's more reliable, and that's going to be more valuable than a company that has very old stock, which I guess is lorries, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I don't really think it makes much difference whether you drive a brand spanking new truck.
So you're saying basically transport businesses of a certain size can sell for 23 times?
Yeah, groups.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Very motivational.
Yeah.
For several people in the room who are writing it down saying, transport businesses.
Aye.
Can't go far wrong with a transport business.
No, well, as I says, from November, we worked it back, we got the figure, I went and looked at it. So really, I'm looking to build a group that's generating about 2.4 million EBITDA. So that will get me to my 50 million exit.
Right. So, what is, yes, obviously a sector I know nothing about. So what is the average, are there lots of small companies, bigger, I mean, how does it work?
Well, I got the data from Maxine and I did up to 5 million turnover. So far, before Christmas, I got 2 replies, one by phone. The other one added me on LinkedIn, but never spoke to me. There was another one, sent me an email saying, oh, this is our agent, deal with him.
Sure. Can I ask you a question, just because I'm trying to keep this clarity, this focus.
Yep.
So, what's the profit margin on a 5 million revenue transport company?
It varies. It depends on how well they're run.
Sure, okay.
What sectors
okay.
they're in.
And that's the right answer. So what is a well-run?
I would say net profit would be about 12%.
12%. So if that's
net profit.
That's the net. So EBITDA would be higher because you've got quite a lot of depreciation, I imagine, in a.
So it would be like, I would say maybe about 23%, and then obviously less.
Okay. So you're saying that a 5 million turnover transport business produces £1 million of EBITDA. Is that what you're saying?
Roughly, it should.
Is that right? Okay. And what did you say you needed to achieve?
2.4.
Right.
So as I say, it's just been tentative.
So if your average size is, say, let's go a little bit lower than 5 is 3, you would need 3 to 4 of those.
4 of them.
4 to be comfortable.
Yeah.
4 of them. Mm-hmm. This is getting exciting, isn't it? Because that means 4 businesses of that average size can create an exit for you based upon a 23 times multiple. And you know who they sold to, do you?
It was a DSV bought Agility.
Okay.
And it was 23.2, and that was July 2021.
So they bought a company called Agility.
Agility.
Yeah, so I'd be all over Agility to find out exactly what drove that value.
Right.
You know, was it the number of locations? You know, was there something special about it? And I'd be finding some other deals to make sure that that 23 wasn't a fluke, wasn't a sort of a strategic acquisition that kind of people overpaid, there was a bidding war, and it should have really been 15 times, and it kind of just went going up and up and up.
Aye. Well, as I say, is that...
So I'd sense check it.
Over since, like, 2017, I've seen it's multiples of, like, 20 that the transport groups were selling for, and then...
So you've already sense checked it. Okay, fine. Now, I don't know about you, but if I thought that buying 4 businesses could get a £50 million payday, you know what? Are we just fooling ourselves with the numbers? Let's take off 10 million. A £40 million payday. It's like, how fast can we get started? Don't you think?
Yep.
I think you've just found your new sector. Have you? Do you know Ray Burke, who was on this program again about a year, 18 months before you?
No.
Okay. So I interviewed Ray on a podcast about a year ago, I think. I think it was January or December, January, a year ago. And Ray bought 3 transport businesses. Now, I don't know whether it's similar to yours. I don't know enough about the sector to say if they are or not. And he bought them all through using invoice discounting. He didn't put a penny of his own money in. They were smaller than your 3 million average. I think one was 1 million, one was 1.5, and I think one was smaller. But he bought them all without using any of his own money by financing the debtor book.
Yep.
So I'm just giving that to you as a finance option.
As I said, I was sitting last night with Gavin and Christina, and we were sitting and having a look at figures that were sent over to me yesterday. And we were sitting...
So I've got to ask you, because I want you to be successful at this, what could hold you back?
Just myself, really.
Okay. You've now got a room full of people who are saying, don't hold yourself back.
Oh, no. As I say, it's you versus you every day.
You versus you. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. Yeah, brilliant. So now it's implementation. Because it's worth it.
Well, it is, but I've had mixed responses. I've had people emailing me saying, oh, we've passed it on to the agent.
But what you're saying is normal. Everyone has mixed responses. You're not going to get every person phoning up and saying, I'm a motivated seller, I really want to sell to you, and can we do it in 6 weeks? I mean, It does happen the more deal flow you've got, but it doesn't happen very often, but it happens more frequently the more people you speak to.
Yep.
So you're going to get people who are going to phone you to because they're just a little bit strange and they want to
tire kick.
Have a bit of a rant about how terrible it is that you wrote to them. You're going to have people be rude. You're going to have people question you. Say, who do you think you are? You're going to have people who want to put you in your place. Who do you think you are? You're going to get all of that. We're never going to talk about those people. They don't warrant our time and energy. The only people we're going to talk about is the guy who's got this business, does £2.5 million. He wants to retire by the end of the year. They're the people we're going to focus on.
Yep.
And you need 4 of those. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty fired up by that. I think that's really great.
For a year.
You can do those 4 in the next 12 months. If you get started now. Don't leave it till October. But if you get started now, you can do it.
The plans are in motion. I actually sent out the 1,400 letters in the middle of peak period, which for some people it was probably uncalled for, but probably for some other people they see a light at the end of the tunnel, because peak is manic in the transport industry. It's like 20-hour days. You get phone calls for 4 in the morning, up to midnight, and you're like...
And is it quieter now?
It dies a death because everybody spent...
Perfect time.
Everybody spent
Perfect time.
credit
They've got
cards.
cash flow problems. They've got all the... Yeah, absolutely. If business is quiet now, that's the time to get them. When people are busy and they're making money hand over fist, then their enthusiasm for exiting can diminish. They say, I can ride it out another year. And then they hit the quiet period and they go, how do I get out of this? I've had enough of this. People fluctuate so easily.
Yeah.
So let's do it.
Well, I'm trying.
Let's do it. Let's give this man a round of applause, shall we? I think we've got time for one more before lunch. Is it going to be a good one? Go for it. Let's get a mic over to you.
Okay, so I'm buying podiatry businesses,
yes.
And there's some real tight criteria. It has to have at least 3 rooms to make about 250,000, between 250 to 500.
Okay.
And that's from other business owners who have got 8 or 10 clinics themselves. So I think they're fairly good figures to go on.
All right, so you've spoken... Oh, this is good research. So you've spoken to other people who have multiple branches, locations in the same sector.
Yep.
And they have told you this is what you need to make this work.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
That's great research.
So I reckon that for 2022, I can acquire maybe 2-3 businesses. And then from there on, it's 4 businesses a year.
Yes.
It can accelerate if I can get a Linda to work with me, who can actually go from place to place. And one of the things we're setting up this year is the standard operating model, so that we have, in fact, we're calling it the year of the cookie cutter.
Yeah.
So as far as raising the letters that you were talking about, for the first business that I've got, I sent out 1,000 letters. I got about 50 responses, which was brilliant, because that's how I learnt the industry, by talking to all these different owners.
Oh, so that's not your background, is it?
No, it's not my background.
Yeah.
My background is process improvement. So I knew where I could, where I can add value. Yes, so if we're making about 250,000 a year, then after 3 years, it's probably about 2 million will be the revenue.
Okay, just take me how you got from one figure to the other.
Well, four businesses a year, 250.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that, and how many do we end up?
Sorry,
how many did we get in total?
20. My goal is 20, and I'm looking at a compounding effect, because the first few will take longer, but then once I've got a rhythm, I can actually compound. And my goal is by 2027 to have 20 clinics and then sell them.
Average revenue size then on each one?
Well, I'm still working on the 250,000. Oh, sorry, revenue is, I'm still working on the 250,000, but it should be higher.
So the average size is 250,000.
Yep.
20 of those creates
5 million.
5 million.
Yep.
With a margin of
40%. Sorry, that's the profit. What do you mean by margin?
So your earnings. So
earnings.
What is the business going to make?
The earnings are 40% per.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I've done a lot of research.
And that is normal? That's not just like a one-off fluky...
It's not normal, but it's what
a
good, well-run...
Yeah,
that's what 2 or 3 of my colleagues are making.
This is part of your sort of secret weaponry. The majority of businesses are so badly run, that's why they don't make much profit. It's not... The business is fundamentally okay. It's just that the owner does such an appalling job, it doesn't make any money.
So, for an example, the first one is they're only open 3 days a week. They're making just under 100,000 a year. So I can open them 5 days a week. They're not using the 3 rooms. Okay. So they should easily be able to be brought up to 250.
Sure. So these are businesses that are location dependent.
Yep.
So your value is also going to be in those new leases.
Yep.
And those long leases, 20, 25-year leases. You don't really have any assets to speak of.
Not really, although talking to a lender, they will lend on the chairs because they're quite expensive. The technology that we're bringing in, because that's another way that we're raising the revenue.
Yeah,
we've got a 1970s view on how to run a podiatry, whereas there's a lot of technology now that can help.
So if I can make a suggestion, and it won't surprise you when I say this, I think you can do 20 deals of that size a lot faster than you think you can.
Okay.
Because each deal is going to be pretty much the same. You won't be reinventing the wheel each time.
No, that's the idea of this year being the cookie cutter.
Very similar type of seller, similar conversation. Pop them into the group. I feel like you could do that faster. And that's 40%. So you're saying that a £5 million a year group. Now what you will have that you might not have factored in are head office costs.
Yes, that's very true.
So
I haven't factored those in.
There'll be a head office cost. However, the good news is that your buyer, let's say a strategic buyer, will already have a head office. And probably will discount, you'll be able to add back most of those head office costs, so it won't actually affect the EBITDA of the group.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's the thing. 40%? Just
well, we don't have that many overheads. That's the thing. The staff are the overheads. But apart from that...
what are they? They are self-employed?
Most are at the moment, but we're moving towards employed.
On a 0 hours?
Yes.
So you only pay them when they work?
Exactly.
And if they're working, they're earning money for you because they've got a client in front of them?
Exactly.
Got it. And then you've got your occupational overhead, your business rates.
I'm bringing in, my plan is to bring in at least one employee who's the senior podiatrist who runs the business.
Yeah, so like a
but then we
manager.
supplement with contract staff.
Right, okay. So you could make £2 million profit out of £5 million of revenue.
Yep.
And who would buy a business like yours?
Well, we're about 10 years behind veterinary and dentistry. So there's people like Bupa.
Yes, that's the first one I thought of, yeah.
And then private equity is the other area because they're buying up the veterinaries and they're running out of veterinary businesses to buy up.
So they'll be looking for the next thing.
Yeah.
And there'll be smaller funds that will think that Yeah, they'll like the. I would imagine that a client of that type of business is a recurring client.
Absolutely, every 6 weeks.
Right. Okay. Brilliant. That sounds like a plan. What could stop you from achieving that?
The two things. One is it's very tight on getting qualified podiatrists. So we're actually looking to work with universities to grow our own.
Right. Yep.
And the second is the owner's letting go, and that's the problem I've got with the existing business, is the owner, because I don't live that close to it, and I'm not working in the business, I'm already discovering that the owner is sort of not agreeing with some of our plans and is putting the clients off a bit.
When you so have you bought one yet?
We should have signed before Christmas.
Oh, right.
We're about, and we should have signed today, but it
Oh.
looks like it could be next week.
Yeah.
But I've been working with them for quite a while now.
Yeah. But when you say that your plans for the business, how do they know those plans? Because you've told them.
Because
So don't tell
he
them.
is wanting to stay on, which is the first mistake that that I've made. I've learnt a lot of things that you said don't do. I did, and I would.
Well.
Exactly. I am the first to put up my hand and say,
No, that's
listen to
fine.
Jonathan.
You know what? Sometimes people have to make their own mistakes, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I definitely have
So
made that
from
mistake.
now on, you want to exit that. Sometimes the best thing you can do for a business that you buy is to get rid of the, however important you think they are. You probably think they're more important on your first acquisition because you kind of like the idea of there being sort of a, you don't want them to rock the boat too much. We actually created a new rule this week. We found that owners who sell to us, who own the premises, it's not always great because they're kind of your landlords. They haven't completely left. What's even worse, we've got this in definitely 2 places, maybe 3, where that person, the seller, lives like next door. I can think of 3, Birkinshaw and Greetland, and there's another one where in Wem, and they actually live like the next door down.
Yeah.
So they're kind of popping out all the time and interfering. It's not good.
I do need them to stay on, but what I need to do is to put into the contract in the future an exit date, so 3 months or 6 months
here's
at
what
most.
You put them on a consultancy agreement that is, and it's in the files that you've received, and it doesn't specify, and I know you're calling us for lunch, I do know that. Just give me 30 seconds. It doesn't specify how much you're going to pay them for this consultancy agreement, and it doesn't specify how many hours they're going to work for you. So basically it says nothing. All it says that you will engage them as a consultant as and when and on a project-by-project basis, and you will agree time, scale, and cost on a project-by-project basis. So it says absolutely nothing. You're committing to nothing. And it never takes place. But it gives them that feeling. It won't always be the case. It's just
No, because I need them to transition their clients and to train the person coming in to a degree.
But that's a handover period,
yes,
which is their obligation. It's not a continuation of. It's not like a new
that's
point.
the mistake I've made.
Don't worry. But at least you've only made the mistake once. And then, but you can rectify it. Just own the business, get your feet under the table, and then you can ease them out. Are they going to be employed?
No, they're on a contract basis.
Oh, fine.
And it's also 78, I might mention. So.
Okay. They won't be so enthusiastic once.
I think that's the case. Once he butts head with me one too many times over the plans.
They'll just say it's too stressful and move on. Yeah. Sounds like an amazing plan. Thank you so much. That is wonderful. Well done. This is what you all need. This is the goal. Now, what you might be doing already is thinking, I put my number too low. So think about it over lunch. If you want to increase the number, all you have to do is increase the activity, to increase the deals, to increase the revenue, increase the profit, increase the outcome, and get a bigger number. Look, the next 3 years are going to happen anyway, so you might as well make the most of it. Have a great lunch. See you back here, please, at just gone 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. If you follow Joe straight through that room, follow your nose straight in front of you, you will find it there. please. Okay. If you could retake your seats, that would be great. Thank you. So let me tell you another part of that strategy plan that we were talking about before lunch that is part of the decision-making process. If you know what your exit value is, it helps you determine what you pay for the business in the first place. Because if your exit value is 10, you don't want to be paying 8 times. There's just not enough uplift. Now, there are exceptions. You're buying the $10 billion business, and the uplift is 2 points, and that works. But with smaller businesses, there isn't enough uplift, because if something happens to the business that you're owning, like a pandemic, and trading goes down, you haven't got enough room. You've overpaid for it. So if your exit value is 10, then, and you're buying it 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 5 times, you've got enough uplift, and the numbers work. So I think that makes sense, but let me just give you an example. So let's say £100,000 profit. You buy that for 8 times 800,000, but you know that in 3 years' time you can sell that for £1 million. That 200,000 is a bit narrow. But if you're buying it for 200,000 and you can sell it for 10 times £1 million in 3 years' time, that's comfortable. That's good. So if you can't get your 10 times and you only get 8 times, you've still got a big gap. It gives you that comfort and confidence. Now, here's the thing. If you know what your exit value is, you can then say to yourself what you would comfortably pay to buy that business. And you will make a judgment call depending upon your confidence in yourself, your confidence in your market, your confidence in your ability to grow that business, or your management team to grow that business once you own it. So there's all these different factors. I don't think with any of these nurseries I've ever gone over 3 times. And if you've heard me talk about this before, you'd have said exit multiple of 10. Well, I'm really pleased to say that because of some of the deals recently in the market, it's more like 14 now. The market's lifting. I'm not doing anything clever. I'm just riding a wave. And I do think that people who are in business, sometimes people who've been in business the longest, often people who've been in business the longest and people who've been in business the shortest amount of time, so the two extremes, think that business is meant to be really hard. You're meant to burn the midnight oil. You're meant to be in the office at the weekends. You're meant to be stressed. You're meant to not have any money. And this almost feels like cheating, that you can buy a business for one price from you, hold on to it a little bit, make it a little bit bigger than all of these, and then sell it over here to you for a lot more. And we can do it within 3 birthdays, 3 Christmases, 36 months. It almost feels like it can't be that easy. But it's no different to going to a car boot sale, understanding a little bit about antiques, finding a dusty vase, asking how much they want for it. They say £10. You flinch. They went, 7, 6. I'll give you a £5. Giving them a £5 for it, taking the vase home, giving it a bit of a polish, bit of a buff up, and then taking it to the antiques dealer who says, it's a beautiful vase, give you £500 for it. That's not cheating. That's understanding market dynamics and understanding the value of something. You see, the owners of the small businesses don't appreciate the value of what they have if they had a big business. Because they started the small business from scratch and it took them 20 years to get to the point where they are now, they think that to double the size of the business is going to take another 20 years. It doesn't even occur to them they can go and buy the competitor down the road and double it with that transaction. It doesn't occur to them. But you see, it occurs to you because that's the way you think. You are going to be rewarded for the way you think and the implementation of what you know. It's not about how many hours of sweat and grind you put into it. It's about being smart rather than that, working smarter rather than working harder. The cliche, but it's true. So if your exit value is going to dictate what you buy at, then it kind of makes negotiation quite straightforward. So if this business is making, let's keep the same sort of round numbers for ease, 100,000, and in your head you're comfortable at around about 3 because you know you can sell at around about 10 in the future. You kind of like that big gap because it makes you more confident about the future. Even if the market drops a little bit, 10 to 9 to 8, you've still got a big enough gap. And that person wants an amount that's equal to 6. Well, you know where you've got to go to. You've got to halve it, haven't you? And if you can't halve it, you walk away, go to the next one. I think a mistake I see people make is trying to make every deal work. And people say, Jonathan, how do I do this? How do I buy this? There isn't this, and there isn't this, and we haven't got this, and it's complicated over here, and we haven't got any of this. How are we going to do it? And they want this amount of money as well. They want a fortune for this, and it's not making any profit. How do I buy it? Sometimes the answer is, well, don't. You don't have to. Just because you've looked at it. Just because someone's phoned you doesn't mean you have to buy their business, obviously. But sometimes people think, well, I've put a bit of effort into this. I've gone to meet them. They're really nice people. I'd like the idea of owning it. But just because you like the idea of owning it doesn't mean you have to. Doesn't mean you should own it. It is sometimes the best negotiating you can ever do is to say no. You might decide, I'm not suggesting that you do, but you might decide that that is actually going to be your primary negotiating position, to say no to everything. Because when you say no to a business owner, you start to find out what the true price is. Because if you can be more resilient, if you can be braver than them, if you can walk away, look them in the eye and say, no, I'm sorry, that will never work. If you can just do that one thing, sometimes the price just tumbles in front of your very eyes. And then you have a brave business owner who says, well, if you can't give me that, then it's not going to happen. Great. Well, it's been lovely meeting you. And you walk away. So it's not about making every deal work and shoehorning the numbers and getting frustrated and then saying to me, how do I make this one work? Sometimes it doesn't work. Go and find one that does. Do you remember what we said earlier? The solution to every problem is deal flow. If you've got the deal flow, you don't have to be the world's greatest negotiator. Because all you have to do is turn up to enough meetings, say no enough times, and you'll find a deal at the right price. You'll find the bargains. And I used to have a guy who sort of turned every one of my LinkedIn posts into an argument. He's gone a little quiet recently. Something to do with my lawyers, perhaps. And he was of the opinion that every business buyer should mortgage their house to the hilt, suffer in the process, skin in the game, How dare you want to buy a business without putting any money into the deal? How dare you do that? You can tell he'd never done it, right? Because anyone who'd done it will say, well, good on you. If you can do that, go for it. But I think that you should be looking for good deals. Why shouldn't you look for good deals? People do it with properties. They go and look for good property deals. Why can't you do it with good business deals as well? No point doing bad deals. So part of your valuation assessment is what you could sell it for in the future and what you're prepared to pay for it now. You see, if we all looked at exactly the same business right now, today, and we wrote down what we'd pay for it, we'd all pay different numbers. Broadly speaking, it would be different numbers, wouldn't it? Does that mean that we're all wrong? No, it means we're all right because we are all right, we're all correct, because we are deciding what that business is worth to us. And really, that's the most important thing. Now, if you're buying your first business, you might well say, I'm happy to pay more to get the first deal over the line. As long as the terms are good and I'm paying out of the cash flow of the business and it's not coming out of my pocket, I'm happy to pay a little bit more because I want to get the first deal over the line. And then in your head, once you own that first business, you've got a real measure of it. You can once you're in the business, you can say, you know what, now I've had the business for 6 months. I paid $500,000 for it. I've had the business for 6 months. You know what, if I was to go back in time and do it again, I probably wouldn't go over 400 for that one. Now I own it. I wouldn't go over 400. Great. That's called experience. So the next time you look at a business, you've got the experience of looking at the previous one. It's like looking at property. There are lots of analogies with property. If you've never, let's take you to a city, a town that you've never been to. And we could actually go to a different country. It would probably be more interesting. We go to a different country, town that you've never been to, and I show you a 3-bedroom apartment, and I say, what's it worth? You wouldn't have a clue. You've got no point of reference. You don't know whether property prices in this town are high or low. You don't know whether this is a big apartment in this neighborhood or a small one. You don't know who the typical buyer. You don't know. However, if I gave you a weekend of viewing properties and going to estate agents and talking to estate agents and seeing maybe a dozen properties across the course of 2 or 3 days, you get a real feel for the market, wouldn't you? You could say, this guy wanted, let's just do round numbers, $1 million for this 3-bed apartment, but then I saw one just a couple of streets away, and the neighborhood seemed pretty much the same, where it was only $750, and it was bigger. And then I saw another one for $725 that was pretty similar. That means that this guy's overpricing at $1 million. But if you've only seen the $1 million one, you wouldn't know. You've got no sense of comparison, which is why the more businesses you look at, the more you get a feel for it. I'm just going to close this talk because there's a light flashing in here. And I don't know about you, but I keep catching out of the corner of my eye. So, with nursery schools, we've looked at hundreds, like literally hundreds. And I was at a dinner last November, and we're getting our detractors, as you always do. I mean, if people are knocking you, it means you're doing something right, because if you weren't, they wouldn't be interested, and they wouldn't care, and they wouldn't even think about you. So someone came up to me, and he's like sort of an analyst in the sector. And he said, the usual chit-chat, how's it going? And he said, well, there's people taking a bit of a pop at you. And I said, okay, what are they saying? Tell me what they're saying. And he were you sure? I said, yes, I'm sure. I've had 3 bottles of wine. Of course I'm sure. You can tell me anything you want at this stage. So he said, people saying that you're buying the ones that other people don't want. And I said, are they? And I said, I think I know who this is. Could this possibly be a company who hasn't done any acquisitions in the last 12 months? Oh, it might be. I said, wonder if this is their way of deflecting from the fact that they're not doing anything. And I said, let me tell you something. We are actually sometimes competing with the big groups, but we get the deal. Perhaps they're a little bit sore that we get the deal and they don't. And he said, well, how can you compete with, one's on the New York Stock Exchange and one's backed by the Teachers' Pension Fund in Canada, which is a huge multi-billion fund. He said, how can you compete with them? They've got more money than you. I said, of course they've got more money than me. But they take 6 months to do a deal. I take 6 weeks. So I go in and swipe it from under them because the seller just wants to sell. And every seller wants to sell quickly. No one ever says, I want to sell my business, but I want to sell it really, really slowly. And if they do, that's a negotiating tactic. It's not real. Every seller wants to sell. If you ever wanted to sell your business, you want to just get rid of it. You'd prefer someone to walk through the door that day, give you a check, hand them the keys, and walk away. When you decide to sell, you exit mentally that moment. So I said, maybe they're a little sore that we're getting the deals, but we do them faster, and that's what sellers want. They rate speed. Remember I said speed is the currency of 2022. They rate speed above money. It's all very well and good dangling a big carrot 6 months down the line, but what if we get to 5 months, 3 weeks, 6 days, and they say, actually, no, change of strategy, we're not going to buy in that area. And then I got out my phone. I mean, it was like, I was in full flow at this point. Got out my phone, and I showed, if you look on my YouTube channel, there's a video of about a dozen of these notes. I showed them. He was, oh, I see what you mean. It's quality. I said, yeah, exactly. This is quality. So it's sour grapes. I said, yeah, absolutely it's sour grapes. But the reason it's sour grapes is because everyone has an equal opportunity. If you understand what the seller wants and you give them what they want, you will get what you want, which is the deal. And what they want, typically, is speed and confidence that you will complete, which is why you can't be flaky. You can't be flaky, you can't be fluffy. Answer your phone when it rings. Reply to an email. Be on it. Because if you're fluffy and flaky, they lose confidence. If they lose confidence, they start looking elsewhere because they don't think that you can follow through. And that's one of the reasons why brokers don't like first-time buyers. Unless you're a first-time buyer who's got £1 million sitting in the bank and they're going to help you spend it. They love you then. But they don't like first-time buyers who can't prove that £1 million in the bank because they believe that you're going to be fluffy and flaky and mess them around. It's just an idea and you're never going to follow through. Now here, once you've done your first deal, preferably your second or even your third, brokers love you. So it does actually become a source of deals to people who've already proven that they can deliver. Because now you're not one of the flaky, I'd like to do it one day, but I might never get round to it. Does that make sense? So out of the 54, I think it's 54, that I've done in this group, in the nursery group, I would say about, 17 have been via brokers. And you might think, Jonathan, you've stepped over to the dark side. But they approached us. The deal was right. We told them to go negotiate to get us the sort of deal that we wanted. And we could do the deal. We could complete. So one of them up in Bury in Manchester, I was on an email list, and I saw the email. It was for nursery school for £20,000. And there's a video of me on the private YouTube channel negotiating with this guy where he wants, I think, 270 or 260, something like that. His name's Pura, I think. So if you ever watch that, you'll hear him saying, I want 260, 270, whatever it was. Bought it for 20. And I said to the broker, I said, okay, how did that price get down so low so quickly? Highly motivated. His family's moved down to London. He's been left behind with the business. He wants to get out, and no one's buying at the moment. Has he got any more like that? One of the ones, Birkenshaw, found out about it. I got the email, which goes out to, I guess hundreds of people, maybe more than that, on a Friday lunchtime. I was in London. Linda was up in the Manchester area, or in Barnsley, and she went to see it on the Friday afternoon. We had the keys on Saturday morning. No contract, no lease. And he'd had a buyer pull out on him. So the ability to move fast gets you the deal. You've got to be able to deliver, though. It looked like I meant to do that, but I didn't mean to do that. Any questions on that before we move on? Because I want to talk a bit about deal sourcing. Any questions? Just raise your hand. We'll pass the mic to you. completely self-explanatory. That's good. If you think of one later, just ask. So, deal sourcing letters. Raise your arm in the air. This is the moment of truth. And we will not pick on you, I promise. If you haven't yet sent out any letters, just because I just want to see a percentage of the room. That's absolutely fine. Okay, so I would say that's about 10 to 15% of the room. Who sent out, I don't know, less than 1,000? So you kind of dipped your toe in the water? Raise your hand. Okay, I'm just seeing your hands here. All right, so that's about the same. And the rest of you have done larger volumes than that. Okay. Remember I said that these 2 days are the momentum. If you're not going to do it now, you're never going to do it. So I'm going to remove all the excuses for not doing it. So I need the microphones. Where are they? We've got one. Help me out. Where are the mics? Oh, you've got one there, and we've got one over here. Sorry, the pillar's in the way again. So first person to answer this question, where do you get your data from? Who can answer the question? Okay, can we pass the mic across the table, please? To this table here, first of all. I saw your hand first.
I just found it on a data scraping site who also did the mailing list.
Data scraping sounds a little... I know what you mean. When you say data scraping site, it was just like a data broker?
Data broker, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds a lot better.
They also did the mailing for me.
And they did the mailing for you?
As well, yeah.
All right, okay. How did that go?
I got quite a high return. I only sent out 300 letters, but I had about 17 calls.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Which sector?
That was the car repair industry.
Very good. Very good. Why did you stop?
I decided it wasn't the sector for me. After going, I went right
that
the way
sector's
through.
up for grabs, guys. Because part of the deciding factor might well be there are lots of people wanting to sell. If there are lots of people wanting to sell, there are going to be some good deals in there. Well, they might be wanting to sell for a reason, as long as you understand the reason. Great. Now that's really good. So who got their data from somewhere else? Sorry, we'll get the mic over to your table in a moment. Yes?
Mine was just a very basic Google search of, I was looking at coffee shops, so I just, I was targeting a specific area, so I just targeted Google.
So you created your own list?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. How many on that?
I got 50.
Oh, that's right, you said earlier. Yeah. Great. Just pass the mic over to this table. Yes, Eleanor?
Hi, I get my data from Experian. It's called B2B Prospector.
Okay, yep, got it. Experian. Okay, fantastic. I'll have that, please. Thank you very much. If you just pass the mic behind you for me. Thank you.
I used your source. I got mine from Maxine. And she gave me the contacts for a company who were then doing the printing and the sending out. And I would say I had within my own sector, before I looked at what I'm looking at now, I had started gathering my own list and sent out 50 and packed them myself and so on. If you have the volumes you have to send out here, to me it's a no-brainer. It's not worth doing it yourself. It's simply not worth it. I've just sent out letters again today, 870. And it will have cost me, I think, £670 or something like that. It's slightly more than the stamps would cost me. So if I did it myself, I would say maybe 100 quid.
Is this because it's franked, so that they aren't stamps? There's a
they are
printed.
Yeah. But the upside is, so I know what you're saying, that you would prefer it then to be first-class stamps. This is second class, but the upside is, using Maxine's list means that I have about 90%, if not a little more, of the actual names of the owners.
Yes.
So I can send it personal attention to them, and not just to the business owner.
Yeah, which is advantageous. So you can mark it private and confidential and make it look like like that. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it has given, this is the third time round. The first 2 rounds, it gave about the 2% reply, 2% reply rate. So for each round, I've gotten around 15, 16 replies, which I'm very happy with.
That's pretty good. That's great. Okay, so you should be using a data broker rather than online services, because online services are the fastest way to get ripped off. The quality of data can be absolutely appalling. And I always say this. You've probably heard me say it several times. It can be absolutely appalling. But when you go to a data broker, then the quality goes up because now there's an individual linking their reputation to the job that they do for you, rather than just put your credit card into a website and it's, you don't know who's who, okay? So I would strongly be suggesting that you use the data broker that we've given you the contact details for, Maxine, and Maxine can sort that for you. Now, I do believe that it is worth the extra cost to have the white window envelope, first-class stamp, rather than making it, if you go to one of these online services like, that's right, there's stamp, there's a few like that, where it just comes out looking like junk mail. Yeah, that is, it's so important. You want to buy a business. Don't make your communication look like junk mail. So you need to the way to get past that is you make it look like you are only sending one. You make it look individual. They're the only person you're sending the letter to. So your mail needs to look personal and individual. As soon as it looks automated, it isn't stamped, but there is a similar service that I tested on one occasion. And do you ever get letters that you never even open? Because you can kind of work out what's inside. You don't even bother. You can always tell if it's from the bank and it's got like it's one of the marketing pieces from the bank. It looks completely different to getting a letter from the bank or a statement from the bank. It's usually in a shiny envelope, and I don't even bother looking at it. It goes straight in the bin. And I was about to put this letter in the bin, and I thought, you know what, it might be important. I'll open it. And it was a letter from myself. It was my test letter. And I was about to throw my test letter away. That is not a good sign. Where I've done the opposite. So as a nursery business I bought a few miles from here, and they've got a mailbox screwed into the outside wall. And of course there was no key to the mailbox. So I've got my fingers in the metal thing trying to fish out the mail, that just getting it out. And I'm going through it, and there's the pizza leaflets. And I thought, oh, actually this does look important. And I opened it up, and it was from me. I fooled myself with my own letter. Private and confidential, real stamp. And they'd just been on the mailing list that we'd mailed out to. That is the impact that you want to have. Why is this so important? Because if it's not opened by the right person, if it's not going to be opened because it looks rubbish, there's no point sending it. So, there's a mailing house that I've used for years, owned by someone who was a client years ago, called First Move, and they are in, I've only ever been there once, I think it's like High Wycombe, around that, they're in Bucks somewhere. First Move. And if you ask Maria in my office, she'll tell you who our contact is there. Now, using a mailing house to send out 200 letters is going to cost you too much, really, because there'll be a setup charge. The setup charge is the same whether it's 200 or 200,000. So you might as well go for some larger quantities. What they can do is that they can get it all the envelopes stuffed and stamped and bagged and then send them out on your command. Because you might not want 5,000 arriving on the same day. So you might do 1,000 this week, 1,000 next week, and so forth. And that will give you your deal flow. And then you combine it with things like Facebook groups. So you should be looking on Facebook for groups that contain business owners in your sector. We also, and then you join those groups, and typically on a Sunday, people can sell things. And quite often they want to sell their business. Every time we see an owner say, I've just had enough of this, after 20 years, I'm going to throw in the towel. Private message. Where are you based? Do you want to meet for a coffee? Okay. So you've got your letters, you've got your Facebook groups. You could also be scouring Dalton's Weekly, by RightBiz. You could set up alerts. Now, quite often, the website listings have been listed by brokers. Spell what? Dalton, just how it sounds. D-A-L-T-O-N, Dalton. Dalton's Weekly. Used to be a big, thick, newspapery type, if you remember that. You remember Exchange and Mart? Oh, those were the days, weren't they? All online now. So you might find some gems in there, but it's a little bit of searching. So on like RightBiz, you can set parameters. I'm looking for coffee shops in Manchester, and every time there's a coffee shop listed in Manchester, you get an alert. It's not massively accurate sometimes, but at least it gives you a little bit of a steer. And you never know. So when you've got several sources like this, they all start to combine. Now, the one place that you won't yet be able to benefit from when finding deals yet, until you've done your first deal, is the person you've done your first deal with. Now, let's assume that they're really happy with the deal. Might not be what they set out to get originally, but hey, you've got rid of all the stress for them, and they've got to know you over the course of the deal. And say, look, you probably know other people who own similar businesses, because most people who own a certain type of business do know other people who own similar businesses, because you kind of know people in your sector. Do you know anyone else who you think would be interested in doing a similar deal with me? Have a think about it. And then just go quiet and put the pressure of silence on them to come up with someone. Say, look, have you got his number? Could you send him a message right now and saying you've just sold your business and you're standing with the person who bought it and they're interested in buying another one? Because you purchasing their business is an endorsement. We've got two in Rotherham. The first one was someone that found me via a LinkedIn post. The second one was owned by a friend of the first one. And we got it because the first one, Jessica liked doing the deal with us. So she said, oh, my friend's had enough. It's a health thing, and she wants to get out. She's actually notified everyone she's closing, you better get in there quick. So we got in there quick without a lease or anything, just to get in there. Her dad was the landlord, so we knew that was going to be okay. And we said, well, look, you realize that the moment you told everyone that you were closing, your value went down to nothing. Because that's going to spread like wildfire, and people are going to be leaving. And she said, oh, people are already. Well, there you go. There you go. There's hardly any value. So we got that one for the princely sum of £5,000. Yeah, exactly, you see. But she eroded her own value. If she hadn't done that, she might have got 100, 120 for we laid it on a bit thick. And I've got a feeling some of the parents might have come back. But that's called a negotiation. You know, if you want to go and pay 120 when you don't need to, you go and pay it. But if you, he said, oh, well, you've eroded your value already. You know that, don't you? And if you want to do it this weekend, well, we can get the paperwork over to you, but you realize you're not going to get what you want, and we'll just buy the fixtures and fittings, which is where we got the 5 from. Because there's no business. You told everyone you closed. There's no business. I get very passionate about this. So, where was I? Yes. So you've got referrals from people who've sold to you. And then you've got referrals from people you don't buy from. And look, it's a real shame that we couldn't do a deal here. But is there anyone else that you can think of who might be interested in selling? You know, sometimes when you get phone calls or emails from people who are kind of just fishing, or they're not really interested in selling, they just want to see what's going on, use those people as well. In other words, get the word out that you are acquisitive. Talk about it on LinkedIn, probably LinkedIn more than Facebook. Facebook for the groups, because that's where there's lots of, the community on Facebook is better than LinkedIn, actually. But there are LinkedIn groups for owners of different types of businesses. And then start to build up connections with businesses. So you may have seen me put something on LinkedIn back in September. Yeah, September, actually, saying, off to London to raise some finance to grow the business. We were, actually. But the reason I put it on LinkedIn is not because I thought you might be particularly interested in what I was doing that day, but more because I wanted to let people know. And a beautiful outcome from that, it was a particular bank, one of the challenger banks, contacted my lawyer, the lawyer who's going to be here tomorrow, and said, we saw Jonathan's post, because we were a shared connection, that's the reason why. We saw Jonathan's post on LinkedIn today. We'd be very much interested in talking to him. Okay? So getting the word out starts to spread the word that you're in the market to buy businesses. And let's take the extreme opposite. No one knows. You don't send any letters, nothing on Facebook, nothing on LinkedIn, no contact, don't talk to anyone about it. Everyone knows. So when I was in the fundraising mode, whenever I was at the school gates, people would say, how's the nurseries going? Yeah, we're raising some money at the moment. Really, how's it going? Well, we're talking to lots of parties. Do you know anyone? And I start dropping that into every conversation. You should drop into every conversation you're interested in buying a business in the XYZ sector. Do you know anyone? Didn't someone say earlier there was a referral from a friend of a friend? I can't remember. I know someone said earlier that he found their deal. Oh, was that your deal? Yeah, great. So get out there and talk to people. Nothing will happen unless you do something first. So, as the now famous saying from before lunch goes, it's you versus you. It's down to you. It's you versus you. Any questions on deal sourcing? Any questions on generating that deal flow? Yes. Let's get a mic over to you. Do we have, where are they? That's great. Thank you so much.
You've noted there about LinkedIn posts. What about LinkedIn outreach, direct into the inbox, LinkedIn messaging? I know you noted that before.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do
Is there a system that you should
there are people who actually do that for you, and they have like an automated process. It's actually frowned upon a bit by LinkedIn. You can get your account shut down. So it's a little bit touch and go when you're doing like hundreds a day. I'm not up to date on how correct it is to do that, but it probably isn't. But you could do it individually. Yeah, absolutely. or just one thing from someone said earlier, don't get caught up on percentages. Don't worry about the percentage return. I don't care whether it's 0.5%, 5%. I don't care what the percentage is. I want to know, did I buy any? So don't worry about that at all. So don't think I got a low percentage return, therefore it wasn't worthwhile. Well, if you do one mailing and you buy one business, that's amazing. So it's focusing on the things that are important. I think typically what happens, and I've seen this over the course of like a year-long sort of engagement with people, is when people are by themselves, they start to focus on the wrong things because there are distractions. They read an article on the internet and about buying a business. They, oh, right, that's the way I've got, and they start to go off in different directions. And then I pull them back onto the path, the correct path, and get them focused again. And what I'm trying to do over these 2 days is get the same message through again and again and again. It's about having that clear strategy, that clear focus. So percentage returns, irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's interesting, perhaps, but it doesn't really matter. I didn't even track it. I couldn't even tell you from the last mailing how many responses there were. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. What I know is to hit the acquisition targets we've set out for ourselves, we've got to send out a load of letters. And I'm not going to say, oh, we sent out a lot of letters this quarter. I'm not going to do any next quarter. It doesn't matter. That is what you need to do. It's like, again, it's like using that marathon example. It's like wanting to run a marathon, but saying, I'm only ever going to do 100 hours of training. After that, I'm not going to do any more. And then being surprised that you can't run the marathon. As you can tell, I've never run a marathon. I have no idea whether 100 hours of training is a lot or a little. Is it? I don't know. Who's run a marathon? Is it 100 hours? Is that? It's not enough. See, it's nowhere near. Okay, so if I'd stopped at 100, would I be successful? Well, I wouldn't go the whole 26 miles. Just the first mile, perhaps. But yeah, so if you don't know what it takes to get you to where you want to go, you can stop too early, but then it's everyone else's fault. You don't realize that you actually just stopped too early. Yes, we've got 2 questions on the same table. So what we're going to do, we're going to get a mic over there. Have we got... that's the one. Perfect. Pass that over. Thank you very much. Great.
Hi, Jonathan. I was out of the room earlier, but you've often said use LinkedIn as a source of trying to get some deals. Now, I wrote it down in the past. I'm sure I have somewhere, but I cannot find it. What is the actual sentence that you put on LinkedIn to try and encourage somebody to refer you to a business owner that wants to sell?
Yeah. I think that ties into something else as well. So if I say to you, do you want to sell your business? Whoa, that's a little bit, that's kind of crossing the line of etiquette, isn't it? That's a bit aggressive, really. But if I say, do you know anyone who wants to sell their business? It might well be you. But it's a lot softer, a little bit more polite as well, perhaps. Do you know anyone who wants to sell their business? So that might be what you're thinking of, Gavin.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Do you know anyone?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Sell their business.
Okay, thanks.
And it softens it up. What's worse than that is saying, I buy distressed businesses. Do you want to sell your business? What are you trying to say? And your question?
Okay, mine refers to dealing with brokers. How do you overcome the objection then wanting proof of funds? I've not had it with the business brokers yet, but in property investment, I get it all the time, and I'm just trying to be forewarned for that one. How to overcome that?
The thing, okay, so I would imagine you know way more about property investment than I do. And I am of the belief, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that quite typically you would need that 20 to 30% deposit, plus your stamp duty, plus an amount for your legals.
Yeah,
you can't do it without that.
Yeah,
Is
that's true. Yeah,
generally speaking. Yeah,
and also if I'm looking at a property that's not mortgageable, they want to see proof
then
of
it
funds
has to be the
for
full cash.
The full
value.
cash.
Yeah,
they want to see.
So if I want to sell you my property, and you're telling me that you're going to use a mortgage to buy it, it is not an unreasonable request to find out if you've got a sufficient deposit. Because otherwise, I'm going to go and spend my time with someone else over here. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, with businesses it's different, because we know, and we've heard enough people even just this morning say, that you don't necessarily need to put your own money into the deal. Now, you would think that brokers understand these sorts of structures. They don't necessarily. In their mind, you put 20, 25% in and borrow the rest from the bank. That's how it works. And their comfort is knowing that you've got that 20, 25%. That's kind of the proof that we're at least part way towards this deal being successful. Now, if you're going to be buying 4 businesses, 6 businesses, 8 businesses, 10 businesses, you probably wouldn't, even if you did have the cash, you probably wouldn't be tying up all that cash into those deals, because it just wouldn't make sense. If there's an alternative, which is you don't have to put your own money in, just be a little bit more creative around how we finance it. So when a broker asks you that, it is their filtering mechanism to see whether they should spend time with you or whether not. Now, there are 3 brokers, although I've got to say it's probably 90% come from 2 particular brokers. And they have never, these are the deals they've been passing us since the start of the pandemic. And they have never asked that question of me, because it's usually, or Linda actually, to be fair. It's one of us that they speak to. They haven't asked that question. And the reason they haven't asked that question is because that first deal that I mentioned earlier, when they said there's no one else is buying, we just got on with it and did it. And it kind of then ticked the credibility box, and they never asked from that moment onwards. It'd almost be rude to, because now we're kind of colleagues. But it's all about that. So let's take James Kahn as an example. Let's say James Kahn is interested in buying a business, represented by a corporate finance house, which is a fancy way of saying business broker. They're usually based in Mayfair and they charge higher fees, but they do the same job. Do you think that they're going to say to James Kahn, could we have a copy of your bank statement, please, so that we know that you're good for it? No.
No.
Do we know how much money James Kahn has got access to that isn't tied up in investments that are illiquid, that he can't get it? We don't know, but we kind of assume, because of the aura of the man, and he's been on television, that it's all okay, right?
Yeah.
Now, that is the sort of aura that helps. And that aura is created through knowing what you're talking about, speaking the correct language, having the confidence to lead the conversation, and taking charge of it. And I would never, I would never do it anyway. I'm not sending things like that to people. It's none of their business. If they don't want to sell the business to me, that's absolutely fine. There's plenty of others. And I think that air of, look, I'm a good buyer, but don't mess me around here, kind of rubs off a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Have I answered your question? I'm not sure if I have.
Yes, yeah.
I have
yeah,
I?
It's about the confidence in your approach with them.
Yes, absolutely.
Take a higher ground, sort of,
yes.
really.
And this is why I said to you already this morning, the broker route is probably not the best route for the first deal. Once you've got the first deal, then you say, hi, we haven't spoken before. My name's Jonathan. I own XYZ. We did an acquisition a few months ago of an engineering company, and a very interesting deal. The business had been around for over 100 years, and the owners, it was actually the owner's grandchildren that we bought from. And we managed to do it in 8 weeks, which everyone was, I know it's rambling, but you're kind of like just showing you in 8 weeks. And, sorry, let me get to the point. So I saw on your website you've got an engineering company that looks rather similar. Now, I've been talking to my colleagues about this, and I think it's something that we might be interested in. Could you send me an NDA, and then I'll pop it straight back to you, and if you could then send me the IM, we can get back to you by the end of the week and let you know if we're interested. The chances are that, especially with the big brokers, the KBSs, the Knightsbridge, the Turner Butlers, you know, they have a room with 100 telesales people in. The chances are the person you're speaking to is 18. They've got a script. The script says, ask for proof of funds. I had a cup of tea in the little space outside the restaurant there, and the waitress came over, and she said, "Could you sign £4.20 as well? Could you sign for the tea?" And I said, "Oh, I'm just running the group next door." She went, "Oh, right, okay, fine," and went away without the signature. So it's the way you present yourself determines how people are going to approach you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I know we've got like an after-lunch lull here. I'm trying to keep it as energetic as possible. I had lunch too. Trying to keep it as energetic as possible.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, exactly. What was IM? Information memorandum. Yeah, you just throw in the IM. And you might go, so what's I know you can't give me huge details. They say, but what's the EBITDA on that one? And it's, oh, let me look it up for you. Yeah, that's 500. Say, oh, I'm pleased you said that because our absolute minimum is 500. Yeah, good. Glad you said that. So but once you've done the first deal, it makes it so much easier, and you might have greater options going down a broker route. But it's a whole different ball game when it comes to getting the deal over the line. Some brokers will just let you get on with it, and it's like an introduction agency. You meet you, great, okay, and they go on. When you've done the deal, send us the money. I listed a business for sale about 15 years ago with Turner Butler. And Turner Butler used to advertise in the Sunday Times every single Sunday. And they did this no sale, no fee, which was their very good marketing tactic to list thousands and thousands of businesses. And I knew I got to know the owner, Sean Sweeney, who's since retired, and someone else bought the business. Quite well, actually. Really smart guy. And but that was just like an introduction agency. So I'm selling a business that I ultimately sold for millions of pounds, and I'm meeting in the receptions of hotels with people I didn't know anything about, just by myself having these conversations. It was absolutely ridiculous when you come to think of it. But then other brokers want to be on every single meeting, and I don't like that. Luckily, COVID has stopped that happening for a long time. So with one broker, we've got 3 happening that we want to complete this month. And I said, look, what can you do to help move these deals along? We've got a slow solicitor over here. We've got a slow vendor over here. What can we do? So you get them to work for you. But they need to know which side of the bread's got the butter on, because that person's only selling their business once. You're buying multiple. So you've got the power in the conversation. But not for your first deal. Yes, let's pass the mic over to this table, please. If someone could do that, you can just grab the mic, pass it along. That's brilliant, thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. I want to take you back to that point you said where if you ring up a broker, it's generally the 18-year-old and they're just reading the script.
Yes.
That's absolutely true. The trouble is, you say, send me the IM, send me the NDA and all that. It's happened to me twice. They then say, yes, I'll send you all that. Can you send me the proof of funds? Yes, I'm asking the question, well, how do you respond to that? Because they are following the script.
I'd say, look, I know you don't know me, but with the greatest of respect, I think we're past that stage now. A couple of months ago, we completed on one of the largest engineering companies in the northwest of England. We're interested in a bolt-on acquisition. If you're not going to send me the information, that's absolutely fine, but I'd need to speak to someone else, maybe your manager. And what you want that 20-year-old then to do, with the greatest of respect to the 20-year-old, is not going to want to know what to do next. Go to the manager and say, look, I've got someone on the phone. He sounds very, very serious, like really serious. You know, that's what they want to hear, right? They want to hear someone serious, not something very serious. And he's got a, he said he's bought this other business, and he wants to buy another one, and he wants the IM because he needs to take it to his investment committee. Right, okay. Right, well, we'll send it to him then. Get an NDA signed, quickly. And then sometimes I say, look, I'm sure you've got similar ones. Do you have a global NDA? Do you have one NDA that will cover every opportunity? Remarkably, some brokers don't, and you've got to sign a new one for every single one. Sometimes they have to get approval from their client to send you the IM because their client is very sensitive about competitors knowing that their business is for sale to start off with, and then knowing some insider information on their business. But it's all about the way you carry yourself.
That's good, thanks.
Pleasure. Yes, let's pass the mic to the center tables. Let's start at the back and work forward. Andy, hi.
Hi, Jonathan. How do you approach the conversation with the seller that the brokers completely overvalued their business?
The conversation with the seller that the brokers overvalued. Okay, I do it like
some ridiculous valuations.
Yeah. And that's a shame because it puts a number in people's heads that reality just can't match. So start to tell me that you've spoken to a broker and the broker said it's whatever. So start that conversation with me.
So I've spoken to some of the brokers.
Oh, whoa. Stop right there. Look, let me tell you, I've been doing this a long time. Let me tell you something. Whatever the broker said, Andy, we automatically halve it. They always double up. You know why? They expect to come down. It's their negotiating tactic. They double up to come down. Did they tell you that? Or they didn't tell you that they doubled? Okay. Anyway, carry on. So what did the broker tell you? Give me a number.
Is this hypothetically? Or are you asking
No, this is us role playing. Yeah, hypothetically, yes. Sorry, this is still the acting part.
Right. Get confused. So I have one in particular that is about 10 times valuation of a business.
Now, just give me the number. So let's imagine that we're doing the same. We're continuing the same role play. Yeah. So Andy, what did the broker tell you?
3 million.
3 million. Oh my goodness. Right. Okay. First of all, 1.5 would be, going some on this. Let me tell you why it doesn't work. Someone who buys a business like yours is going to want to get their money back at some point, right? Now, you're making £300,000 profit, which means for £3 million, I've got to work for 10 years to recoup the 3 million. That means for 10 years, I'm not going to earn a penny. I'll be at retirement age in 10 years' time. I might not even be here in 10 years' time. Who would make that type of investment? And you want the person to go, well, yeah, actually, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So we've got to be realistic about this. You do realize that in your sector, businesses are selling at 1.8 to 2.2 times, don't you? No, I didn't know that. Yeah, we speak to owners all the time. 1.8 to 2.2, that's the range. Oh, but I know someone who sold their business for this. But okay. So was the business identical to yours? Well, no. It was they were a little bit bigger, and but they're not as good. So well, that's not the point. We don't value business on how good they are. We value business on the numbers. And I would imagine, and in actual fact, if you do know this, you say you know it. If you don't know it, don't bluff it. But if you do, in actual fact, I know the one that you're talking about. That was a multi-site location, very, very strong EBITDA, and the buyer has possibly, I've heard on the grapevine, regretted the decision. Okay? And there might be a few little issues going on there. So there is a big difference. We talk to owners like this all the time. Tell me something. Did you get an upfront? Did you pay an upfront fee to the broker? You did. How much was it? £10,000. What, plus VAT? £12,000. Do you think they might have said to you a number to get you excited, so that you said, "Okay, here's my £12,000"? Yeah. That's how it works. And do you see how difficult it makes my job? I'd love to buy your business. It looks like a great business. I know I don't know very much about it, but it sounds wonderful. I'd love to buy it, but I can't buy it if you've got a figure in your head that is unrealistic. However, do you think we could have a sensible, realistic conversation about it? And you hope that at that stage, after that little speech, the answer is yes. So, does that go some way towards answering what you were asking?
Yeah. Do you get any more referrals from the brokers afterwards?
Now, this is not a situation, this is where you've contacted the vendor directly, and they start telling you about a broker. So, I don't mind having that type of conversation in that situation. If the broker's made the introduction and says, right, you need to talk to Andy about his business, I'm not going to knock the broker. But what I've done in advance is I've said, look, you do realize that we're never going to pay that, don't you? So between you and me, you know Andy, you know his business. How motivated is he to sell? Does he want to do a deal this side of Easter? He does. Right. So what's the lowest he's going to accept? Well, he turned down an offer of $240 a few weeks ago. Yeah. Do you think he may have regretted that now? Because there seem to be so many more businesses coming onto the market. Okay, would he accept some sort of structured deal? He would. Okay, fine. I need you to manage his expectations before we talk to him. So I wouldn't burn bridges with a broker that's sending me leads. And there was a question here at this table. If you can just pass the mic forward.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi.
It's Mohammed Khalid from sunny Birmingham. I always call it. My question is around sets of letters. So when you first send the letters out, I believe there's about 3-4 different ones. So you send the first set of letters, then you send the second. So I want to be able to know. So I'm planning on sending at least 1,000 letters towards the end of this month, beginning of next month.
Yes.
So I want to be able to know how long do I wait until I send the second letter?
About a month.
That's
I think a month.
And then, when should you stop sending the same letter to the same firm that you already sent before?
Well, you probably don't want to send the same letter more than once.
Okay.
Because then it does start to look.
No, but I mean, it's like a second letter or third letter, but it'd be a different sort of written.
Hold the mic a little bit closer to you so everyone can
So it'd be like you send the first letter.
Yes.
And then when you send the second letter to the same firm, but obviously it'd be slightly different words.
Yes.
And then the third letter, and then maybe another one
Yes.
after that. So then, at what stage do you stop writing to that firm to say, well, they're not interested?
Never.
Or should you wait?
Never.
Okay,
Never stop.
Never stop.
Never
So
stop.
how often should
If they phone you up and ask you to stop, you don't stop.
You don't stop. Okay.
They don't know how they're going to feel tomorrow morning.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So should you like sort of maybe wait 6? Like, I mean, I'm just thinking if you send somebody like 4 letters. Let's, for example, I'll send you 4 letters. Then you don't
And I haven't
reply.
responded.
You haven't responded. Should I wait maybe 3 months or 4 months?
No, every month.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because you don't know when I want to get out. You don't know. Because marketing's all about timing. It's all about timing. So let's say you do a bit of. I'm kind of trying to find an example that works. I'm not sure if this completely works, but let's say you send out some letters in January. Then you send out some letters in February to the same company, yeah. And then again in March, then again in April, and then you think, you know what? No response. I've done 4 in a row. I'll give May a miss. May was the month that the owner said, you know what? I've had enough. You didn't do it that month. You missed out on the opportunity. You think that he's filing your letters nice and neatly for future reference. He's not. They're going in the bin. He can't remember your name. He can't remember your number. So you missed the opportunity. It's like, how often do Domino's Pizzas put a pizza leaflet through your door before they decide that you don't like pizza? They never. They just keep on going because one day you'll come home and say, oh, can't be bothered to cook. Let's get a pizza. It's all about persistence. But you don't have to be doing this forever. For example, with our 4 businesses that we need to make our exit value of 50 million, well, I'd be going hell for leather on the letters to get my 4 businesses, cash out my 50 million, and I think I might stop sending letters at that point. Do you see what I mean? So you kind of stop when it suits you, when you've reached your goal. If you only want to buy one business, naturally, the moment you've got that business at heads of terms, you might pull back and pause then. Great. Tell you what we're going to do. I've just seen the time. What we're going to do, we're going to have a quick break. I need to re-energize you guys. So no, we're not going to be doing any shoulder massaging. But I would like you, please, I'd like you to just grab yourself a coffee outside, get some fresh air if you need some fresh air, because I want to introduce Chris to you, who's come a long way, actually, to be with us today. He's been waiting very patiently, and I need to get this morning's enthusiasm and energy back with Chris this afternoon, okay? So could you please be back in your seats in about 12 minutes' time? Thank you very much. if you could retake your seats for me, please, that would be good. You sound newly energized. We've lowered the temperature to touch below 0, just to keep you on your toes, or the toes that are going to get frostbite anyway. So as I mentioned this morning, I've got a couple of guests coming along this week to talk to you about their experiences and being sort of about a year further along the path than you guys generally are. And Chris Bark is someone who has taken the whole acquisition strategy and run with it and has had some really interesting successes, but also has an approach to deal flow that is also very interesting. So, Chris, welcome. Thank you very much for making the journey.
No problem.
So first of all, just tell everyone a little bit about who you are, your background. Just bring us up to date before we start the acquisition story, and just encapsulate it in a couple of minutes for us, please.
A couple of minutes.
Your entire life in a couple of minutes.
Yeah. So I've been in business 17 years, as of 16 and a bit years. Coming up to 17, should I say. So in that time, I started at the very beginning with a pet shop, went to a couple of pet shops. I still own that, not that I've been in it for the last 10 years or so, to do any work at least. I've got a software business on the side of that where we do point-of-sale software. So we do basically till software for people, everything from stock control to customer loyalty to marketing, warehouse logistics. I do consultancy as well and have done on marketing and business growth probably for the same amount of time. We work all over the world, predominantly the UK and Ireland, about 3,500-4,000 clients. And from that, we basically normally go into a business that needs some sort of system, some sort of processes put in place, and we've put those processes into those businesses. That's pretty much it, very summarised.
That's great, and there's just precisely 2 minutes as well. So, how did you first get interested in acquisitions?
So I've been looking at acquisitions for a long time. I had a business partner on my software business. He was not remotely interested in growth at all. Probably his biggest problem with what we did was that we were growing so much, and that we doubled year on year for 10, 11 years straight, where we just every year we could double turnover, probably more than double profits realistically. He was probably from the other side, where he wanted to stay small, stay really profitable, but never had any real ambition for growth. So 2017, 2018, he asked me would I buy him out. That probably took nearly a year to buy him out. I'd always wanted to do acquisitions on the side, but he wasn't very keen. So once I bought him out, we then started looking at acquisitions as well.
Okay. So how did we first meet?
We'd met through marketing before, but we first met at one of your teaser event things up in Manchester.
In Manchester, right, yeah. Okay, fine. And tell us about the first deal that you did, how you found it, how you negotiated the deal, what the deal looked like, how you got it over the line. Talk us through the process.
So firstly, we started looking at software businesses that, if you want to go through the whole process, we looked at quite a few industries to start with. We wanted to buy like for like, ideally. When we actually really dug into it, it didn't really work from both an economic point of view, but also from a culture point of view. Our team the reason we've been successful is because they're our team. If you try and buy another business who's one of your competitors, you've got to try and integrate culture and stuff. So we tried 3 or 4 different industries. We settled probably January, February last year that we were actually going to go really hard on. We class it as e-commerce, but it's actually product-based businesses. So we're looking at buying companies that own their own product, own their own IP, and then we'll put our expertise of processes, logistics, product design, etc. into it. So first deal we did, Deal sourcing, we send quite a lot of letters. So
Okay, so let's actually focus on deal sourcing for a moment.
Yeah.
Can you recall the numbers?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah. Near enough, anyway, yeah.
All right, go for it.
So last year we sent 79,000 letters over the course of the year.
Just stop. Just settle in. 79,000. Okay.
A little bit more, but
okay. Yeah. Bring that microphone a little bit closer, just so we can hear the.
Yeah, we've done 6,000 as of today this year. So that probably put it in context. We did 3,000 last Thursday. We've done 3,000 to land this week, and then we've got 3,000 to land next week.
Okay.
As of this afternoon.
So that was the volume that you did last year.
Yeah. And then we got 814 contacts from that. And we were only...
Let's just take this one step at a time. 814
contacts.
And 14.
Yep.
So when we were talking about deal flow being the secret of finding the good deals, having 814 business owners contact you over the course of a year, not on the same day, it's fine. It may have felt like it on the same day sometimes. Does that not give you a bit of an advantage?
Hope so would be the thing. So I've done 814. I didn't speak, at first, probably like most of you, the initial process that we did would be that we would send the letters. It was just me at the time. Although I had the team, I didn't want really them involved at that point. I'd speak to them. A couple of you have met previously. We had the same discussion where we probably a little bit too emotionally involved in the deal. I was too emotionally involved in the deal. I'd spend too long on it, and the more letters we sent, the less that could be possible. So of the 814, ballpark, about 300 of them we would class as making our board, which is, we think it's good enough for us to be able to really look into it and buy. And then I probably, if you go through all the processes where we get accounts and we look at financials and etc., I spoke to probably 65, 70 last year.
So how has your, because we're talking a bit more tomorrow about the first phone conversation with the owner.
Yeah.
On that first phone conversation, I guess the first time you're finding your way, just like anyone does. How did you end up after doing 60 or 70 of those?
So my first phone call with them now is not our first phone call, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So I'm doing what we would class as our second and third phone call, which is second. So our first phone call I did originally, so I would do the initial conversation and try and work out, using fairly close to your script, work out whether it was the right business for us. As soon as we started doing the volumes I knew I couldn't do that, so I drafted in one of my members of staff to do that initial call, so with me supervising.
You trained him,
up.
You trained him up on how to do it, presumably with some sort of cheat sheet of this is the information that you need to get.
Yeah, and he shadowed me for probably 20 or 30 calls, and then I shadowed him for probably the same.
Okay.
And now I would completely trust
But how
him.
do you feel your skill level changed from the very first phone call you did to, I think you said you did 60 or 70 yourself?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Yeah. So how did that evolve?
So when you'll all experience it yourselves, the first phone calls are clumsy, they're not ideal, we ask the wrong questions. More importantly, you end up speaking to people for way too long. Businesses that are never, ever going to be good enough. I could probably give you an example. Yesterday, 3 different businesses called in. One was an hour conversation. This is not with me, but with one of my members, with one of my team. The other 2 were less than 5-minute calls. You can tell fairly quickly whether it's the right business for you once you know what you're looking for.
Yeah. So as you start to understand this is going to work for me or this isn't going to work for me, then you don't waste your time. So you can actually deal with a higher volume because you're spending less time with the people who are going to be opted out.
Yeah, and you've actually got to get to a stage where you're not speaking to the people you're never going to buy, whose business you're never going to buy. A lot of my initial calls, some of them actually are still ongoing now, so that probably tells you how much they were not buyable businesses at the time. You get rid of the ones that are never going to never going to work.
So these days, you have someone else be the first filter,
Yeah.
so that you only speak to the people that pass the checks.
I actually think probably 3 filters now, really.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we take the flow that you would do. So we would have we have 2 massive whiteboards in the main office. So we have contacts, first call, and probably 50% of the leads come off at that point. Never make it any further. We then request accounts, we request financials off them. We have an accountant who works within the room as well now. He looks at the figures. If those 2 don't agree on it, there's no chance I will have a call with them at all.
Okay.
Then I'll have first call where we will sign them out. We'll then construct the deal from our side as well as theirs, because we know exactly what they want. Again, it's always half of what they want, no matter what, no matter whether they're brokers.
I was saying earlier about the half,
No matter whether it's brokers or not, they all want at least double what it's worth, and then we go about trying to negotiate.
Okay. So who does the negotiation? Is that
Me,
you?
yeah.
You. Fantastic. We'll talk about that and how you approach that in a moment.
So I'm only involved in 2 stages of the process really now, which is the second call, where we rarely decide if I want the business, because the other 2 have already decided they want the business at that point.
Right.
And then I'll have the negotiation call or meeting in person.
Got it. Okay. So what has this deal flow given you an edge on, or what's been the advantage of having this level of deal flow?
Probably that we just got so much more choice. Like, choice is the biggest thing. You don't know what a good deal looks like until you've seen some bad ones as well as some good ones.
Okay. So talk to us about the negotiation. Are you doing this on the phone? Are you doing this face to face?
Typically, we're doing it on Zoom. We will do it face to face, but we kind of want to know we're in the ballpark of a deal before we'll go and see them. Again, a little bit different to probably how you originally taught it, which was you said that get them all to come to us. And a lot of times we want to actually go and see their premises. We need to see that they exist, see that there's a product. It doesn't necessarily have to be me, but we kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone on that. So the negotiation typically is done either on the Zoom call, depending on how keen they are, or when we go face to face.
Great. So hopefully they go first on pricing.
Always.
It's important, isn't it?
It's massive, because if you, in fact, we typically won't even, although I'll have figures in front of me if I really need it, I won't actively look at those figures until I've heard their price and I've looked at how they've come to their valuation. Because that's the big thing. It's not, is it worth, it's how have they actually arrived at that valuation. Yeah. And normally it's, well, I've heard it's worth that, or that's what I want. They always want round numbers as well.
Of course. And they round up the numbers. So, so that everyone's clear on what we are talking about now, we are saying that you don't say a number and see if that's the number they want for their business. You find out from them what they want first. You don't go first on pricing ever. Now, a broker will encourage you to go first on pricing because they know how that weakens your position. Now, if you aren't wised up to that, you might go along with it and put in the offer, which means you're going first on pricing. We want them to say how much they want. What happens when someone pushes back and says, I'd prefer you to go first, Chris?
Quite regularly, we actually tell them, we'll end the conversation pretty much there and then. It'll be, they've got to give us a price because it's their business. We can't give them a price for it. At the end of the day, they've worked in it for however long, so how much do they want for their business? If they won't give us it there and then, we say, well, go away and think about it, but we won't move forward without you giving us a price.
And how many would you say cave at that point and go, oh, right, okay?
Most cave at that point, or if not then, they'll cave at the next call because they'll have thought about it. Usually the price they say is more, well, unless they've been briefed, it's more reasonable than you would think.
Yeah, okay. And you get the occasional stubborn one who just will not go first.
I don't think we have.
Oh,
actually.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think we have. So because we'll just walk away at that point. If they won't give us a price, how are we ever going to negotiate? If they won't give us a price, it's either they're not confident enough in it, which is usually
So
the
is,
case.
so is this the power of the walkaway then?
Very much.
This is the power of the interested buyer that I've jumped through a couple of hoops to get to is now going to walk out the door if I don't play ball here.
Yeah, and we're quite clever in playing the fact that we've got 70 deals on our board at any one time. You know, we've got 70 other people we can talk to. If you won't give me a price, I'll have to go to one of the people who will, without being probably quite that forward. But that is the answer.
But you make the point that if it's not them, it's going to be someone else, and if they want it to be them, then this is the process that we go through.
And if they're negotiating that hard at that point where they won't even give you a price and they want you to go first, you're probably not going to get it over the line anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult person later. Absolutely. So we get a figure from them. What happens next?
Figure from them. We tweaked our process so we would, well, if you went back to say October time this year, we would have already worked out a deal before we had that proper call, so we knew what it was worth, and we would negotiate there and then. Normally, we're not doing that now. Normally, we're saying, how have you come to that valuation? What's it including? It's always add backs or seller discretionary earnings or whatever, depending on who they've been briefed by. And at that point, we tell them why their valuation is probably not where they want it to be, should I say. And I normally take it at that point to give them a break. So I basically tell them that it's not worth what they think. I don't give them an evaluation. I actually just say it's not worth that. We leave them to think on it.
Do you do that as a matter of course? So
Yeah,
every single time you tell them it's not worth it?
Yeah.
Regardless of whether it is or not?
No, actually, truthfully, we've done on probably 95%, I would say yes, because normally it is. The valuation isn't quite right. We've agreed a couple, and the first deal we ever did, the valuation was way below what the company was worth. And at that point, I didn't really need to haggle, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, sure.
I just wanted the deal done as quickly as possible. We agreed, and we've done the deal in 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Okay, so the strategy then is something which I believe we talked about this morning, which is just saying no. Which is, no, you need to tell me how much you want, and whatever they want, it's no, that's not going to work.
We have the power. That no matter, near enough every industry you're in, you've got the power. There's no one else buying. It's so, we've done quite a few industries, and there's just, if you actually look at some, I look back quite regularly at some of the companies we talked to a year and 2 years ago. They haven't sold.
Yeah.
So therefore,
I've done that. Yeah.
So why? And it took a real shift in mindset from us. And it probably wasn't until September, October time last year, so only 3-4 months ago, where we said, why are we the ones trying to sell ourselves to them? At the end of the day, they want to sell their company. We are someone who wants to buy. Who else is there out there doing it at the moment? Which is very few.
So that is a very confident approach. What gives you that confidence?
Probably having spoke to enough people, having seen enough deals, the fact that no one is selling, that
no one is buying.
Well, no one is buying, but none of them are selling either.
See, they're not actually selling. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So it's
they want to, but they're not.
Yeah, a lot of them they're not picking up the phone to speak to you or emailing you or connecting with you if they're not interested in selling. So why are we giving them all the power? Which is the way it feels.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And I guess once you've done something so many times,
it changes. It really does.
It changes your attitude, doesn't it?
Yeah. At first, we again probably trying to be too nice a little bit. We're trying to, we don't want to insult anyone, but at the end of the day, if we're going to do the amount of deals we want to do, we've got to speak to enough people, which is why we send the letters we do. And essentially, not every deal is there to be done. I think you said it before while I was sitting over there. You said that basically, I can't even think of the phrase that you said. Let's figure out how to word it. Do you know what? I'll come back to it. I can't remember the phrase you said, and I can't even remember what I'm trying to say. So I'll come back to it.
I can't help you with that one, right? So how many times do you think price and terms go backwards and forwards, or is the price more straightforward and then you get down to what's really the most important part, which is the terms on which you're going to pay the price.
No, the price for us seems to be the biggest issue. It's the biggest. You know, people have this headline figure in their brain of what they want. They all want £1 million or £500,000 or £10 million for their business, and they want that, and they want to run away into the sunset with it. What we found on the deals that are actually agreed now is, if you've got a motivated seller, you're always going to win, because they will negotiate on the price. They will let you negotiate with them. They will also negotiate on the terms. The price is the hardest part for us. But quite regularly, we'll say, well, it's either going to be your price at our terms or our price at your terms, if that makes sense. And we'll put it to them that way. And they can't get their head around that. And hopefully it'll be our price at our terms.
Of course.
By the end of it.
Yeah. So let's say we've agreed a price. What is your favourite deal structure, or what's your preferred way of putting it together that works for you?
There's a question. Everyone's different, truthfully. It depends on the business. If it's got assets, we will look at asset finance. If they've got a lot of cash in the business, which a lot of businesses we're looking at have, that is a help, because essentially the reason the cash is in the business is they didn't want to pay the tax on it. We will look at some sort of finance, probably something like a recovery grant at the moment, or recovery loan, should I say. If they've taken a bounce back loan on, we'd probably try and include that within the deal, and then we'll defer as much of it as we can. Usually, most of the deals we've agreed is 5 years-ish. Some are more.
5 years is good.
Yeah. We're pushing quite hard for that. We made a big point recently of making sure, and it's probably the best piece of advice I give to any of you, make sure that you are making money if you're deferring it. A lot of people I know who've done this are giving all of the money that business would make away to the person who they're buying it from. If you're not making money from it while you're paying for it, why are you doing it? Which is why we're spreading it over 5 years.
Yeah. So it lowers the. Do you do quarterly, annually?
We're doing quarterly on the deals we've agreed, but the last 3 we've agreed is annually, starting 12 months on from date of completion, not exchange.
Absolutely. I was saying to our CFO yesterday afternoon, I said, we've got this bugger of a one that we pay monthly. It's so annoying, because I don't want to be paying out that money every month, where the majority of ours start 12 months from completion. So you get the business for whatever the initial completion is, initial consideration is, which is usually as low as you can make it, and then there's nothing to pay for a year. So it pushes out the first payment.
It also stops cash flow issues of when you take it over. When you take over it, you're probably going to see some sort of dip in some way.
We call it a softening, a softening of occupancy. You're gonna have some dip there, and also most of us have some sort of seasons within our business. So if you're having to pay every single month, it can cause big issues cash flow wise. Exactly. So you give a 12 months stay, and it gives you the opportunity to refinance it. You've got 12 months to find someone to refinance it, who can then put those payments onto like a 10-year term.
Yeah, and then you can do your roll-up strategy by actually refinancing at that point.
And you can actually sell the businesses before you've even paid for them.
And use that money to pay off.
Yeah, and use the money that you're selling them for to pay off the deferred.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so what's next? Tell us about some of the deals.
Okay, so first main deal we did was a company called i360, which is a headphone company. It's been doing, give or take, it's been doing £700,000-800,000 a year turnover, with a profit on that of about 250 grand. Up until that point, it had a really bad 18 months. I won't go into massive detail, but the owner's wife had got ill. The business had become less important. He also owns a massive big business as well, which he focused on, shall we say. So he responded to our letter, and truthfully, he literally just wrote us an email saying, this is the company. As in, I'd never spoke to him at this point. This is the company. This is what it turns over. Here's all the accounts. Never spoke to him, never contacted him anyway. We've got 180 grand's worth of stock. Give us 35 grand for it, you can have it. And I'm not joking on that. It felt unrealistic, and it actually isn't a really good first deal.
So when I was saying to people earlier that people value speed above other things like price, that's a good example.
I don't know what he valued. He just wanted rid of it, actually, in that particular case. Speed was an issue, but he just wanted rid of the company. Now, because there's been problems with it, it's not been the ideal, it's not the greatest business you will ever buy because it hadn't been trading as hard over the last 18 months. Still turned over a couple 100,000, but its profitability had come down. But over the Christmas period, we did probably 30, 40,000, which covered our entire investment in one go without us actually really doing anything. We just reactivated the accounts.
And I don't know about the infrastructure of your business, but does a business like that kind of plug in neatly?
And that we have a lot of resources behind us. We've got a 7,000 square foot unit anyway. We've got a software team up top. We've got marketing, we've got sales, we've got accountants and things. So we have a team anyway. And because we have warehousing and logistics, it's just bolted in.
So you're looking for businesses that have some marketing that works, that brings in sales, and a product that you can sell after the marketing costs that have got there's a margin still in there.
Hopefully the product's copyrighted or trademarked in some way.
Yes.
Preferably, it will be our product. No one else can sell it. That makes a massive difference for us.
So you're building up a product suite, aren't you?
Yeah, all with the same infrastructure. So they've all got the same accounting package. They're all using Xero. They're all using, even though we haven't made the decision on which one, either Storefeeder or Limworks to do all the warehousing logistics. They've all got different platforms that they're selling on, etc. So
there's kind of almost like an infinite number of businesses like this that you could plug into it.
I don't know about that because
infinite's a big word.
Yeah, of course.
A big number, but
not because of scale, not necessarily.
Right.
We're not really after mum and pop under 100,000 turnover. It's never going to work.
Oh yeah. No, what I mean is that when you've got the infrastructure that you've got, you can be selling this product on this website and this product on this website. There's no limit to. You might need more warehousing and more marketing people and more logistics people, but
so we're literally bolting into my main company. We're using their staff, so our cost to entry was quite low at first. Probably not everyone would be in the same boat if that makes sense.
Sure.
But there's an infinite number of businesses you could put onto it.
So when you look at a business, do you look at their cost base and put a red line through all the things you wouldn't need? You wouldn't need their warehousing.
Sometimes we will. A lot of the businesses we're doing now, because they're, so of the 7 we've got currently agreed, they add up to best part of 20 million turnover. So they are big businesses. Some of them are 5 million plus. They've got their own warehousing. They've got their own team. They've got a team of 20 people.
And you don't want to mess around with that.
Not going to remotely touch that. Whereas some of them will come in-house. So the deal we will hopefully complete next week will come into our warehouse.
Okay. So tell us about that one.
So that one is a home furnishing business, probably the best description. They produce their own products all over the world, actually. They have, I think, factories in 6 or 7 countries. Turnover, best part of 800 grand, 790 something. Profit in their hands currently is 80,000. Profit in our hand jumps to 200.
Now we were talking about this morning, is that just because a business makes a certain level of profit doesn't mean that that's what it would make if you were owning it.
Particularly not if it's owner-occupied, because they've got the shopping on it, they've got their houses on it, they've got everything you can imagine. So in our hands, it'll do 200. We've all in our deal, including their money that's in it, deal's 150,000. And that includes the vast majority that's coming from them anyway.
Okay. From them in terms of...
From their company.
From their cash?
Yeah, from their cash and then the rest deferred. So there's 0 of our money in that.
Very nice. Very good. So when someone says you can't buy a business without using... You have to put your own money into a deal. There's no way you can buy a business without putting your money into a deal. You may have thought that way at the beginning. How do you feel about that now?
There's money involved. I'd say that you've got to have some sort of element of cash somewhere along the line because you've got fees to pay. But realistically, you can completely do it for 0. I wouldn't say it's, you know, if you've got no money at all that you can do a deal easily. I'm sure you can, but the ability to...
You've got to work a bit harder.
Yeah. So, you know, at that deal there, there's none of our money involved, but we will still have solicitors' fees and other things that probably will be paid out of the company.
Yeah.
But we still got to make sure that we've got the cash just in case.
Yeah, got it. Okay. So what's the plan for the next 12 months? We started off this morning talking about where people want to be in 3 years' time, what the big number is in 3 years' time. You may have a plan like that.
Yeah, we have an exit in hopefully less than 3 years now.
Can you share some numbers?
Yeah, so this year we're going to do 50 deals. And 50 deals sounds unrealistic. I'm very aware of that, as are my team, by the way.
I don't think it sounds unrealistic.
I think it would be difficult for us to do the 50, but the 50 is based on us. We want to do 25 million turnover, 5 million profit by the end of the year. We already have that theoretically agreed at this point. Yeah. If we get where we think we'll be by June, we will probably increase that figure.
And do you know what the exit multiple is for businesses like this?
Depends what you class this as a business, but anywhere from 8 to 12 times, depending on how you classify it.
Yeah, great.
And we're buying anywhere from 0 to maybe 3, if you include assets.
So I don't know whether you heard me say just straight after lunch, actually, about you know how much you can buy for when you know how much you can sell for. You want the gap to be as big as possible, but knowing what the exit is will help you decide whether it's a good deal when you buy.
Of course, and for us, a lot of you will find it's really hard to find out what other big businesses in your sector are selling for. We found that on a few times. A lot of it's cloak and mirrors. It's hidden, the figures. Once you've been doing it a while, you hear rumours, you hear what's going on in the trade. It changes. So you might go in saying you're going to pay 2 or 3 times. That might be able to increase. We don't look really at a multiple. We just care whether it'll cash flow.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if we pay 10 times if it's not our money. Essentially, it's can we get the exit at the end of it without us having to put bags full of money in up front.
Very good. Very good. Should we do some questions? What would you like to know? So we have a microphone somewhere in the audience. Which table is it on? Right here at the front. So if you just pass it forward, please, because I saw David's hand first.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, great, very inspirational. I just had a question about the companies that you're buying. Do they tend to sell on Amazon, on eBay, and other places like that, or do they all have their own websites, or is it a combination of all of that?
Combination of all, so everything from Amazon to eBay to Etsy, not on the high street, and a few others like OnBuy. OnBuy's not very big at the moment, not in the UK anyway. Most of them sell worldwide, but some of them are just UK.
Yeah, thanks. And just to follow up, if I may, just in terms of the product set, you're clearly looking at lots of very diverse things.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why you would or you would not do that in terms of you clearly not building a brand with a suite of like products? You clearly got a whole bunch of very different things. And is that a conscious or a...
Yeah, very conscious.
Okay.
No, very conscious. It's not... We don't class the product as the business, if that makes sense. If you... we think of it as the actual business behind it is what the business, essentially, probably like most of you will end up being with probably a marketing agency. First and foremost, that's our job is to make sales. It doesn't matter necessarily what the product is. There are quite a few industries we won't do. We won't touch fashion. Sorry. we won't touch fashion because we don't have that expertise within our group. We look at certain businesses that we have a skill base within our team already.
And your method of selling is the same in every case, so it's all online?
All online. There is some B2B, so there is some direct sales.
Okay.
We do have a telesales team within my business anyway, so it's not a disaster.
Okay. Yeah, good question, good point. Right, so let's send a mic over to this side and then we'll head over to you, okay?
I had someone come back to me when I suggested buying their company with the money from their own business. And they said, well, I'm not too sure that I will get my money due to the new management. So how would you tell them that? How would you reassure them?
Is the company not strong enough to pay you your money?
Well, again,
That would be-
they're
that would be
saying,
what I
well,
would ask.
that's got nothing to do with it. Under new management, it could fold.
Then they don't trust you as a potential buyer. So why would they sell you the business in the first place? Right. I think that as long as you've got the confidence at that point, they're either confident in their business, in which case they've set it up in a way where it'll run without them, or they haven't, in which case, do you really want to buy it anyway? So they should be selling to you, not the other way around at that point, I would probably say.
Thank you.
No problem.
Great, and just move the mic forward one. Thank you.
You said you pay for the companies out of the cash in the company.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. So is that a share purchase, and therefore the cash stays with the company?
So we do different to Jonathan, mainly because of the question you asked a minute ago. If you're buying, so if you sell online, things like Amazon, they just will not transfer it as an asset. You can't legally own the Amazon account as an individual. So you're not allowed to swap it at all.
I'm assuming it's a bank account.
No, so
NatWest or whoever.
Bank account slightly different, but your Amazon account, for instance, you can't transfer. They won't let you do it. It's part of their terms and conditions.
So it has to be a share purchase in order to get that account.
Because you actually take ownership of the company,
right.
and the
I
company
thought it was a
owns
bank
the
account. Sorry.
No, sorry, the Amazon account.
Right, thank you.
In that particular case.
Oh no, but it's two separate things. I don't think you did misunderstand, because you're asking about how you use the cash in the business.
So I'm doing a share purchase so that we acquire all assets, because we need the assets anyway. So, for instance, the second deal we've done this year, that was completely an asset purchase. The company is better than the first one, but the deal is way more complicated because Amazon just fighting us every step of the way. So are eBay, so are a couple of others actually. So we wouldn't do another asset purchase unless we really had to.
Let's just move this mic here.
Two quick questions. Firstly, you're using external finance on some of the deals. You said asset finance, etc., on some of the...
So some of the deals we're looking at, we are, yeah, but most of the time, the vast majority of their asset is cash.
Okay.
In some of their businesses.
Okay. So you're not taking on external debt?
We are in regards to, say, the likes of the recovery loan, but other than that, no.
Okay. And when it is you're using the recovery loan scheme, do you have to then, when it's a deal structured like that, do you have to put a certain amount of equity into that deal?
No. So they will take on the recovery loan pre you doing the deal,
okay.
And then you'll just sign as part of the contract that you will take on that debt because it's not PG'd anyway.
Okay. Second question, in terms of route to exit, so do you have a clear, which you have a valuation and expectation in terms of the exit number, but in terms of how you get there and which route you take, is that clear to you now or too early?
Yeah, in regards to, we know the figure we want.
And who are you going to sell it to? Are you going to sell it to trade, private equity, list, etc.?
It's between private equity and you would class probably more as VC/share-based companies. There's quite a lot of funding gone on at the moment within the trade, so that there's a lot of acquisitions happening. Mostly they're happening at funny enough, at a smaller scale than us. But the bigger deals, I think, are easier to hopefully exit.
When you've got a business of a certain size, certain scale, it becomes very appealing because it's going to make money for whoever buys it. And people who have money to invest, individuals, institutions, want to get a return on that investment, and putting their money into a business gets them a return on that investment. So a profitable, cash-generating business is a good, solid investment.
It's also the reason why we're diverse in regards to the product, because the business itself makes money, hopefully over 20%, hopefully. But the thing that we've identified as being unique is the fact that you've got loads of different products.
Yeah. So if there's a product recall on something, it doesn't kill the business. It's one of 50 different products.
Yeah, which are their own company, but essentially within the group. So therefore, you also get less seasonal things because you have different seasons at different times.
And someone had their hand up over here. Did you over here? Yep. Just pass that behind you, thanks.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
I've been waiting for my sofa for 24 weeks. via Sophology. Is that one of your warehouses?
Afraid not.
That's a no then. Good. Yeah. Are you involved in drop shipping, anything like that at all?
A little bit, but we try and move away. Well, the problem with drop shipping is that everyone can do it. So some of the companies we're looking at do drop ship, but ideally we will move them away from drop shipping. There's also, truthfully, a lot of people who don't officially drop ship but use third-party warehousing logistics. Easiest way for us to make money, truthfully, is to take a business that's in third-party warehousing logistics and move them out of that. Give you an example, $500,000 turnover business will end up paying somewhere in the region of 70 to 80,000 probably in fees to that warehousing logistics.
Right,
if you move that in to your own, particularly if you've got multiple businesses all being fulfilled, your cost drops off a cliff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in the printing sector, and it's a big thing at the minute. People are drop shipping, so obviously for sustainability, people want their print local. So
and actually, they're even drop shipping from China, I think, in your industry. I think for us, we need to actually have the product. It needs to be our product as well. I don't really want to be drop shipping someone else's, because essentially you're just
middleman still.
A middleman, which is a way to make money, but it's not the way.
Yeah, you're not selling that product. Okay. And last question, what's the minimum you would look for in a deal, as in revenue for a company?
That's constantly evolving, and that's, if you want the truthful answer. So we've gone at, we focused from very small to very large. So we went, we reevaluated come November time, and we decided to focus. We want $500,000 plus turnover. Not really that worried about profitability, because if anything, it probably makes it easier to buy, particularly if we can see result. Biggest one we've got on the board is about 15 and a bit million, so right up to that scale. We will do smaller in the right industry, but not always.
Okay, brilliant. Have you been to the Hut, by the way, yet? The Hut Group. Are you involved in the Hut Group? No. Okay. That's it, thanks.
So I suppose that you could look at a business, take out their warehousing cost, take out some staffing costs perhaps.
Warehousing, accountancy, legal fees.
Yeah, exactly.
House.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So their gross profit margin most of that could fall to the bottom line in your structure.
Yeah, we are. Since we brought the accountant in, we actually look more at gross profit than we do at anything else, because everything else we know realistically where they're.
Well, everything else is overhead.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, your overhead is fixed, regardless.
Yeah. So, for instance, if we're anything over 80% cost at cost of sales, it's never going to work. No matter what we do, we're only ever going to make 10% absolute top end bottom line. It's probably not going to work for us as a business.
Yeah.
A bit like yourself, I think you originally said that if you looked at business and it wasn't making 20%, you can make. You can make up to 20%,
absolutely.
and we're fairly similar, depending on the industry, up to 25, but some as low as 15, so we'll average at the 20.
Yeah, makes sense. More questions? Yeah, just pass the mic forward, would you please, Gavin?
My question just was, how are you managing to do all this? Like, share purchases are typically potentially a bit longer than an asset purchase. Like, have you got a really good deal team that's just fully focused on this? Or
so we within the deal team in our office, there's 5 of us now. That's only as of this week, to be fair. How are we doing it? With great difficulty, truthfully, to have the amount of conversations we are. For us, the only reason we only did 2 deals last year was because we wanted to make sure the ops side was right. And to try and separate the ops from the deal team is really hard, because your ops guys do need to understand the deal structure and why we're doing it. But if they are involved in that, you can only do a certain amount of deals. So for us, we outsource payroll. We outsource HR. We outsource the solicitor. So we use John Andrews for the solicitor.
Who's here tomorrow?
Yeah. So we use John. He's very good. He's nicely expensive, but he does. Him and his team do a great job. It's reasonably simple. That stage, it's the DD for us that takes the most amount of time, because we want to be sure what we're buying. It's understanding where they're hiding money is probably the biggest thing. or where they're hiding profit or loss, if that makes sense.
No, that's helpful, thanks.
And you retain control by deferring a very good chunk.
Ideally, 50% plus, we would try and defer. It's not always the case, depending on how well their business is done.
So you retain some power even after you've bought it, because if it isn't what it seems, and they haven't disclosed what you later discover, then you can offset against the deferred.
Yeah, so probably the best example I've got of that is we really close, as in the day of completion, on a deal last year that completely fell through. We will never go anywhere near that business ever again. The day of completion, we went from 50% deferred, and he wanted 90% of money up front.
Oh, so you tried to change it on the day?
On the day before. He changed the deal previously after we'd agreed it, funnily enough, and we'd kind of caved, which again was naive at the point. But that particular one, the reason he wanted to change the deal was because his turnover had dropped by 45% in the last 12 months. And he just realised it, I think. So he wouldn't have been getting his deferred.
Oh, I see.
So he tried to change it, and then, you know, solicitors have all been paid, everything's done. And we were like, no, we're not changing the deal. And he's like, well, if it's not, we won't do it. And then we subsequently found out that the turnover had dropped off the cliff.
Got it, okay. If you pass the mic quickly to that table, all the way across to Carsten.
That's a point you've made before a few times. As soon as they've sold the business, they exit. You know, like mentally they exit the business, and turnover can quite regularly drop.
Right, I just had one question for you here with regards to, we had just a little chat before you came on here, before I realized who you were. But with regards to the ones that fall through, where you have already, you've already spent money on, of course, doing your due diligence. And of course, it's in the heads of terms that if they pull out of the negotiations, that's one of those binding points, right? That then they need to settle your costs. How have you handled that?
We don't have that in our heads of terms anyway.
Okay.
At the end of the day, that's, from our point, that's cost of doing business. I would never go after them for fees, because I think I said to you before, the likelihood is they'll probably come back in 12 months' time.
Yeah.
They certainly won't if you've hit them for a load of fees.
Okay, so you would always just write that off, because I was wondering if you were going after it, how you were going to go about it. But maybe, Jonathan, you can elaborate on that, if you have ever gone after people for saying, well, you just popped out, but we have this as a binding term. You let it go.
Our cost base is so low up to that point, because the vast majority of ours are asset purchases. It takes me 12 minutes to do an asset purchase agreement. I just change this bit, change this bit, check, change the signatories, 12 minutes. And most of that is me fumbling around trying to copy and paste. Okay, a little ham-fisted on the mouse. So my cost base is really, really low. There'll be an abort cost on the lease work, because I use a firm for that, and that might be well, it depends how much work I'm giving them that particular moment. Depends how generous they're feeling. So I do not want months of chasing someone for £1,500 that I'm never going to see, and I'll end up just with more legal. It's just not worth it. Now, the difference is like a deal that I'm signed up to at the moment, where it's slightly different. But if I don't agree, if I walk away from the deal, in this case, if I walk away from the deal, and the other party can't have changed the deal, so that if they change the deal, I can walk away. If they don't change the deal, and I just change my mind, I don't want to do it, and then I go and do another deal with someone else within 6 months, then I am liable for their fees. So they're making sure that I don't say no to them and then go and do something with someone else. Yeah. It's like almost like an anti-embarrassment type.
Yeah, no, but I was just thinking about what Chris said there, that they, if they suddenly come with something funny in the last 24 hours, by that point you could have had 10,000, 20,000 in cost for your solicitor, for your HRDD, whatever, right?
Yeah, we were probably 6,000-7,000 into that, but at the end of the day, if we do another deal and we do another deal, it doesn't really matter. Depressingly, that was slightly before our first deal signed, so it could have gone the other way and put us off, but it didn't.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good points, actually, good points. Yes, can we just pass the mic to the front table, please? Great, thank you. Just here at the front. Perfect, thank you. Hi.
Hi, Chris. Just out of interest, have you done any deals you did regret after, where you thought, God, that was not the best?
No, because we've only completed the 2 anyway, or 3 if you include my business acquisition, and then the other ones we're not that far along. As in we've got 7 agreed right now with solicitors. But even if we know some are going to fail. I think we had the discussion about it pre-Christmas. That not every one of them is going to be the greatest business, but you're going to learn from it, and hopefully you don't lose any money on it while it fails. I probably slightly regret the asset purchase of the one we did, just because in hindsight, if we'd done a share purchase, we wouldn't have had 6 months of hassle. So the time would have been worth for spending more money on the share
with the
purchase.
hassle with Amazon. Yeah.
But the company itself, I don't regret for a second buying. So there's always things you're going to regret within anything, but you just move on, don't you?
Yeah, no, that's great. It's reassuring.
You can just pass it to this table, please. Thank you. If you want everything to be a dead cert, you don't do anything. You've got to take a view on things. Yes.
Yes, I was just going to ask on the 79,000, 80,000 letters you sent. I take it that wasn't to 80,000 businesses. Was that multiple letters to the same? So what was
25,000 to 30,000, depending on what our criteria was at that time.
Okay, so it's like...
And we've just gone over that again today. Okay. For instance, we sent 3,000 probably while I've been here.
So every sort of couple of months then you're hitting them with another letter? And
yeah, we're not quite every month. I think we're about every 2 to 3 months.
Okay, great.
Are you using My Mailing House?
We're not. I need to speak to Bella.
You should get a quote from them, definitely.
I take it you're not signing them and stamping them yourself?
No, we actually use Stamp, but we took it literally as a volume. We took it as a marketing gig in that particular case.
I would be speaking to First Move.
Yeah, we will probably... We know that if we send 3,000 letters, we get about 33 responses that week. So we have 33 calls every week, so just over 1%. That then leads into essentially 1 deal a week. If we send 3,000 a week is our kind of metric. If you work,
you kind of got into your stride now. You know what works. You know what doesn't work.
Very much.
You got your formula primed and set.
Hopefully, that tweaks every as you look at data. But it doesn't matter. I think someone asked the question before: how often do you send it? We don't get a drop off ever. Okay. It doesn't really matter when you send it. We still get around the 33 responses on average. The only variant actually for us is time of year. Mm-hmm. We do less. We get less response on the run up to Christmas, as you can imagine, because people are busier.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Do you think you could just pass the mic from table to table over to that far table, please? And you were in this hotel with us pre-pandemic, right?
Yeah. Our first session was the January 2020.
Oh, was it? So that's 2 years ago.
Yeah, just 2 years ago.
Oh, right. It was stretched over.
It went. Our second session though wasn't till September, October, I think.
Big gap. And what did you get out of those meetings yourself? What were the best bits for you?
Obviously, there's knowledge. You're getting that knowledge anyway. But for me, the group of people that are in this room, that's your value. Speak to each other, learn off each other. I guarantee you there will be people in this room doing things. I know some of you already. You're doing things already. You know what is working and what's not, and you can learn a lot more off each other probably even than they can off you, depressingly.
Yeah. No, absolutely. When you put, I don't know how many people here today, but maybe, I don't know, 50, 60, When you start getting to know each other and you start sharing experiences, you know, you've got 50, 60 different sets of experiences coming together. Yeah.
Mine's a two-part question. What's a typical cost to sort of budget on a share purchase?
In regards to what? Because that's quite ambiguous in regards to, so do you mean DD, do you mean solicitors' fees, what part do you mean?
Well, as a whole, if you were looking at a share purchase as opposed to asset purchase, what's the difference in costs?
The contract's more expensive because it's a bigger contract. For us, we do the DD in-house anyway. We look at the accountancy in-house. We look at the platforms and the product in-house. So for us, it does vary, but our cost is probably in the region of 6,000 to 7,000 for every deal if we go through the solicitor.
Okay.
Which we might not be forever.
Yeah.
And don't ever look for the cheapest solicitor.
Oh, sorry, I've got another solicitor who's done a couple of deals for £1,500, and I'd strongly advise against that.
Right. Okay.
Just because the deals take so much longer, they're so much more complicated, and essentially they're downloading a template anyway, so I wouldn't necessarily go down that route.
Okay, and the second part of that is what timescale would that sort of take to do a share purchase, as in the shortest?
In regards to what part of it? I know that for instance, we've gone to solicitors this morning while I was on my way here. That deal will be done in 2 weeks. But we have worked on it for another 4 or 5 weeks before we won't take anything to the solicitor now. We're pretty confident the deal's going to be done.
Yeah, so once you've done your DD, then the legals, you're looking at sort of 2 weeks. Sort of.
And that's us basing it on they're going to cause all kinds of trouble with the contract.
And usually,
which they probably
you're doing it in parallel, so your diligence and your legal work is happening at the same time.
Yeah, we actively have chose not to on a couple of deals recently, just because we didn't want to run up the fees, like we said before.
Yeah. Well, you weren't sure about it. So in this particular case, we wanted to be 100% sure on this deal before we ever went to solicitor, and we are now. So that's why we've gone.
Okay, and what is there a time scale where it can drag on, where you sort of walk away from it if?
Depends why it's dragging on. I've unfortunately had one dragging on for over a year already.
Right.
It's been with solicitors, but that's complicated because that's coming into my software business. So it's a web design company, and it's the seller. He's coming as part of the deal, and it's just hassle. We've said if that's not complete by the end of January, we won't do it, and we'll just write everything off on that.
We actually had a conversation before lunch. I've had something very similar with Gillian, with the seller realising, with benefit of hindsight,
I should never have been anywhere near this deal, truthfully.
Yeah.
But we will still complete if we can, because I still like the company. Just the person who's selling it, probably not so much.
Okay, hi, thank you.
Yeah, good questions, good questions. What else have we got? Make the most of this opportunity. Anything else? Yeah. Okay, David, can we pass the mic, please, nice and swiftly to the centre table? Thank you very much.
Brilliant, thanks. Just a question about the targets that you set and the aspirations that you have for your exit in 2 years or whatever it was, I think you said. Would you mind talking through your numbers? We did an exercise this morning about whether our targets are big enough and then how we break that down with what we need to do and achieve. Yeah, would you mind talking through how you did that?
Our turnover will be 67 million. At that, we would know we'll get at least a 50 million exit, and that's basing it on a 6 times multiple. Even though we know that we're going to get closer to 12, but we know we can do that. That for us to hit that, we have to hit in the ballpark of 16 to 17% margin. Our actual aim is 20% anyway. So we're kind of building in redundancies into each part of it, so as to be able to do that. We want to go really hard this year to get as much of that turnover as possible, so that preferably by this point next year we can be in discussions at looking at either future funding, which we've discussed, or an exit, or one of multiple exits that we might do.
And the reason I have the greatest confidence in Chris achieving that is because of the clarity and the focus that we were talking about earlier. Here's the goal, this is what we're going to do to get it, and this is the activity that we need to undertake to get the businesses in place, to get the scale that we need to get the end result.
Yeah, we've tried to reverse engineer what we will need.
Yeah.
It depends on what turnover each business is, obviously, but the turnover figure of 67 million is the number. You know, that is our kind of sweet spot. Anything we can be above that as well, but below that, I think our multiple will be considerably lower that we'll actually achieve on exit.
Yeah. Very good, very good. Any other questions? This is your final chance to ask. Oh, just over here to the left, sorry, I didn't see. If you could pass that mic across, please. Swift mic transfer is appreciated. Thank you, David. Yes, to this table here, thank you. Thanks.
I wanted to ask about what's your group structure? Are you adding all these businesses to one group, or how is this structured? And second question, it's like you have like a house of products here in a way. So do you think that would work as a house of services that a company provides, or is it different?
That would definitely work. So originally so the original plan we had was to add services to my software business. So we were going to buy marketing agencies, and we were going to buy website companies and video production, etc., etc., etc. And therefore we could put that, as well as other software houses, we could put that together as a group, and we could then exit in exactly the same way, if that makes sense, because they're all sharing the same back end, they're all got the same accountancy, payroll, building, staff in some cases, some staff crossover, knowledge base, essentially. They don't necessarily have to all be the same business. And then in regards to structure, we're set up. Jeff Lermer spoke on our course, and we talked about structure, so ours are all set up. One group, I've got an investment company off that as well. So the very top is investment. Very top is there's main group, investment company, and then below that SPV.
So you've used the money box.
Yeah, and
right.
then SPV down to the actual companies.
So all these products and all these services, they are going under your investment company, just like
essentially, but they can be moved across any time. So if we wanted to split out the group, we could, for a reasonably minimal cost.
But you're not keeping like separately group for services and group for it's just.
We haven't in this particular case now.
Okay.
My software company is still in its own group, and the web company that goes into that will go in that group. But this one, we're selling the whole group when we sell it.
Yeah, I do think that sometimes we can get too caught up in group structure. Buy a business first, sort it out later.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. Well, otherwise, it becomes quite a big sort of thing to get your head around. You know, let's buy something first.
I'm just trying to make order in my own companies.
If you look on Companies House, I've probably got 20 companies listed, but most of them are owned by each other, if that makes sense at the moment.
Got it. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. And Emma, could you just pass the mic across to that table there, please? And then we will return over here. Thank you.
Hi, mate.
Hello.
The two that you've purchased, when you got to heads of terms, did they send it to solicitors before they signed it?
Neither of those two did, but I have had.
Oh, right. That's right. I'm getting stuck at the minute, so I just thought what?
Literally, I would answer that straight away as soon as they. I preempt that beforehand.
Oh, really?
We just say, look, most of it's not legally binding. All we care about is we get exclusivity. We go through the 4 legally binding points.
Yeah.
It's Jonathan's template.
Yeah.
And we avoid it. We say, look, just get it signed. I had a couple of people refuse to sign it. And we just said, okay, then we don't do the deal. If we can't see the figures, which you're going to give us in DD, then if you don't sign the heads of terms, we'll just move on. And they both signed it straight away.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Great. And if we can whiz that mic, thanks, Jack. If you can just go around the outer edge, we will watch you sprint across the back of the room. There you go. Pass the mic. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Go back to your price, my terms, my price, your terms. Yeah. So we've now got a price. The seller's given us a price. And then earlier today, Jonathan said, You do the, I'd have to wait 10 years to actually get my money back. Now, provocative question, I guess, but I'm the seller and I say to you, well, of course you have to wait to get your money back, because you're on your terms, you're expecting me to wait 4 years before I get my money back, and you're not even going to pay me for a year. How do you respond to the seller who comes up with that kind of argument?
Firstly, they're probably not that motivated, the seller, at that point, if they're arguing that hard. Secondly, where they're saying, well, they won't take 4 years, they don't want to wait 4 years for their money. Well, why would our terms be 10 and their terms be 4, if that makes sense? We expect to be able to make money as we're going. The risk factor goes up the longer it is. And I'm not going to wait 10 years for my money. It's probably one of the reasons I didn't do that many software acquisitions, because most of them want 10 times, and they've got that ingrained in their head. For us, it's, look, our risk factor is this. And the best question you'll ever ask them is, how do I fund it? As soon as you ask the question, how do I fund that deal? They then start thinking of how they would fund it. No one's going to lend them that money over 10 years to buy their business, and usually you find.
So you're asking that of the seller. How would you fund it?
Ask them to figure out how you're going to structure a deal. It's always a nice question.
Well, sure, but then it comes back to the other argument. Well, you've got proof of funds, but if you haven't, then why am I offering you how to buy my business?
But if I've got proof of funds, the most wealthy people in the world don't spend all their money on one deal, do they?
I get that.
So therefore, for me, the argument literally it wouldn't be an argument at that point.
Okay. So the ultimate point here is that they should be willing to wait 4 years, because they're not actually waiting 4 years to get all the money back, but neither are we as buyers. Yeah. We're not waiting 10 years or whatever the number is to get our money back. It may be 4 or 4, might be, depending on the price. But what you're saying is they've got to be motivated to sell to be able to accept that deal.
Yeah, and if they're stuck on 10 times, you probably go the other route that Jonathan talked about before, which is, well, that's not what businesses are selling for in this particular industry.
Yeah.
If you go, I can tell you from personal experience, if you go into it thinking they're going to want 10 times and that's a reasonable figure, that's what you're going to pay for it.
Okay. So the ultimate solution is just keep having the conversation until you come to some point of agreement.
Yeah, they might not come down to the figure. Every industry is different. Not everyone you can get for 2 or 3 times. But if you have enough conversations with enough people, you will find people who want to sell at the right price.
I asked the question genuinely because I've had vendors who have said to me, why should I wait 4 years to get my money?
But I would honestly go back and say, well, you're expecting me to wait 10 years to get any money, but it's 10 years of me working in your business to pay you.
That's a good point, yeah.
And I'm not doing that.
As sort of an alternative approach to say, well, that's how we do it. And you may want to even introduce this right at the start. Say, let me tell you how we structure deals like this. We'll pay something on day one. Don't expect a fortune, because it won't be. And then we're going to pay the balance over 3, 4, 5 years. We need to decide that once we know a little bit more about the business. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And if they go, absolutely not, I want all the money, we say, well, you won't sell the business. It's as simple as that. We do this all day long. And we know that if you're looking for someone, they say, well, so-and-so did, I know someone who did, and they sold 5 nurseries, and they got all the money up front. I said, oh, I know about that deal. Yes, well, first of all, that was 5 rather than 1. The numbers were bigger, and that was a financial buyer. They don't come along every day, you know. We're different. We're private buyers. We're privately funded, so we have to be smart with our money because we're using our own money, probably like you did when you started your business. You used your own money, didn't you? Yes, you did. Great. So we're on the same page. But that's how we do it. If that's not what you want, that's absolutely fine, because we're getting 3 or 4 nurseries approach us every single day. We'd love to do something with you, but if you don't want to, that's okay. What would you like to do? So, again, value of deal flow, you dictate the terms. If they want to argue about it, fine. Look, I'm not here to argue. If you don't want it, that's absolutely fine. I'll leave the door open. Let me know by Friday next week if it's something that you'd like to do.
Also blame the banks. That always works.
Yeah.
Banks won't fund that deal at that price. And most people just go, oh, yeah, the banks are saying no. So if you ask them how to structure a deal, we found that works really well.
Yeah.
If they think it's worth that much, how can we do it? Because I don't know why. and they come up with a solution.
Regarding sort of price as well, and just linking it to what you're saying about the bank, let me ask you a question. If you went to your bank, who do you bank with? Santander. If you went to Santander right now, and you wanted to borrow, how much did you say? £1 million. Would Santander lend your business £1 million right now? If you went and asked for £1 million loan, they wouldn't. Can I tell you why they wouldn't lend it to you? Because the business doesn't have that value. Therefore, no one's going to lend it to us to buy it for £1 million. Do you see the problem? Because in their head, the idea of getting £1 million loan is like, whoa, that's just off the chart.
And if they say yes, then say you go and get the £1 million loan and we'll take it on. But they won't.
Good question. Lovely. Okay. Yes. Let's pass the mic, please, to this table here. There you go. That's great. Thank you. We'll make this the last question of the day.
Me. Sorry, I was just saying, can I have your mobile number? Because you sound like such a confident person. That would be good to ring you up when we've got a blockage.
Are you in the LinkedIn group?
No.
Oh, aren't you?
We didn't have one when we were there.
Oh, would you like to join these guys?
I'll join, yeah.
Yeah.
Happily.
Maria will send you an invite.
Please.
Cool. Good stuff. Round of applause. Great, guys. Well, that's it for today. Please be back here for 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, my grandfather used to say. Yeah, that was directed directly at you, Kevin. And we've got our legal session tomorrow morning. So think of the legal questions that you'd like to ask John in the morning. And I've got another mastermind guest in the afternoon as well. And we finish at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Just a heads up that next year, not next year, this is next year. This year, I'm doing the old mastermind format that I used to do pre-pandemic, where we come here for a day every month, in fact, 10 times across the course of the year. And we start that at the end of January. And we've got about 80 people on that. Some are joining on the live streams. We've got people from all around the world on this particular one. If you'd like to join everyone and do this for another year, we'll do you a deal. You wouldn't expect anything less. The lowest price anyone is paying for the 2022 Mastermind is £5,000. That's the lowest price. So if you'd like to do it, I'll halve that, discount it by 50%. So 2,500 plus the VAT. But you need to let Maria know as soon as possible, please, because the room has a certain capacity, obviously. And that is 10 days of getting together, new content, new guests, January, February, March, April, May, June. We have holiday July and August, and then September, October, November, December. So if you want that additional support all the way through the course of this year, it's there for you at the very best possible price. And we do group Zooms every month as well to sort of to keep you motivated and everything. Happy to tell you more about it tomorrow morning if you would like me to. Grab me at a break or something. All right, guys, have a great evening, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.